infrastructure and frame. And his tactic, military aggression, energy and trade coercion, disinformation, is part of a larger strategy to weaken alliances and undermine democracy around the world. And Russian hegemony and revisionism, paired with the failure of the West to deter it, is particularly visible in this region. So the Black Sea region has become more and more important battleground for this, unfortunately. And the reason why we think it's important to talk about this in Georgia is also because we see that Georgian internal politics unfortunately mirrors this geopolitical context more and more. Today and tomorrow, the agenda reflects this complexity and the urgency of the matter. So let me quickly guide you through the agenda, and if you are wondering where to find it, it's in your email inbox. And if we manage, we will also display it on one of the screens. This morning we will first talk about or discuss in how far EU enlargement can be a leverage to enhance security. And it's going to be in form of an interesting panel discussion setup, which we're trying out ourselves, where we will have representatives of very different groups being on a panel together. In the afternoon, we are talking about hybrid war and geopolitics to understand how modern conflicts are fought and how democracies need to defend themselves against these multifaceted threats. Tomorrow morning, we are talking about trade and energy routes. As you know, we are here also in the middle of a so-called corridor, hopefully in the future, or maybe, and it is also decisive for the conflicts we are seeing here. In the afternoon, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation will host a panel to launch a book. They have been working on the Black Sea regional security and are talking about global and regional actors and looking at their competing interests here in the region. And we are finishing the conference talking about a very important player, the role of the NATO. And NATO has been primarily focusing, or maybe focusing too much on the Baltic region and too little on this maybe seen as peripheral area here. So it's important to talk about how we can lift the Black Sea security higher on the agenda. All these topics demonstrate that we are talking about a matter that goes beyond the region. It's about global security and international cooperation. And in this context, I would raise another threat that goes beyond this region, which is a narrative propagated by autocrats that conflicts we see, conflicts which are instigated by them, are actually instigated by the West. And this narrative is exploited to rally the global South behind them and weaken social trust also within democracies. The effectiveness of this rhetoric and the disinformation fueling it can be seen in election results also in Europe, and they are a threat to the societies that we are coming from, to the German society, to the European society, and to the world. And of course there are more upcoming elections where this is going to be very relevant. This underscores the urgency of building alliances amongst democrats, amongst those who are committed to rule of law and amplify our voices, and particularly listen to Eastern European voices, because they have been warning about the scenario we're in now since long. That's why we think it's very important to have you here in the room to talk with each other and exchange experiences and views. And I'm very, very happy to host you all here in the coming 2 days. And I would like to extend my gratitude once again to those who've organized this conference, which is the Europe-Georgia Institute. My colleague will speak just after me, Georgi Miliashvili, is going to be speaking to you in a minute. Again, to the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, South Caucasus office, who's also here represented today. To our colleagues, the Friedrich-Naumann colleagues in Brussels, who have brought a security expert group with them here. And last but not least, to my colleagues in the Friedrich-Naumann Foundation office, primarily led by Shamil Shugayev, who has brought all of you here together. So, wishing you all an interesting conference and happy to see you around.
Good morning. Well, what a day. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, Your Excellency Ambassador, it's both an honor and a profound responsibility to stand here in front of you at the Black Sea Conference. This conference, which started as an urgent response to the rapidly changing geopolitical realities of our region, has grown into an annual platform, a platform of crucial importance not only for Georgia and the Black Sea region, but also for the wider security of the European Union as a whole. I could not even imagine this when we created this conference a couple of years ago. And to be very frank, I'm very proud that today, this vision and our collective commitment to this gathering, year after year, is a testament to the recognition of this region's strategic significance and success of the conference. The Black Sea is not a peripheral issue. It is the front line of European security. It is here, in this region, that the battle for the future of European security, peace, and stability is being waged. As I often say, we're here in Tbilisi at the front line of Europe. The challenges that we face today are deeply interconnected with the broader European context, and we must recognize that the Black Sea region is no longer just a regional concern, but a critical part of the transatlantic strategic landscape. The importance of discussing the Black Sea security has never been greater. From military aggression to economic blackmail, from energy dependency to disinformation campaigns, the region is facing multidimensional threats that we have profound implications for all Europe. The Black Sea has always been a crossroad of civilizations, empires, and for now, in modern times, of geopolitical interests. We must confront these realities head-on if we are to protect not only the sovereignty, security, peace, territorial integrity of the countries in this region, but also the stability of the greater Europe. This is why strategic approaches are more crucial now than ever. We can no longer afford to react to crises as they arise. We must be proactive, innovative, and deliberate in shaping the future of this region. A comprehensive security strategy that includes strong military preparedness, economic resilience, energy diversification, and strengthening of democratic institutions is the only way forward. To achieve this, we need not only just a vision, but actionable, long-term strategies. These strategies must be built on cooperation among our nations, support from our allies, and an unwavering commitment to the values that underpin European project: democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. But let me be clear here, strategic thinking alone is not enough. What we need now more than ever is political will and strong leadership. The security of the Black Sea region and Europe cannot be guaranteed without courageous, determined leadership who are willing to make difficult decisions, understand the stakes, and who will not be swayed by short-term political expediencies or blackmail from authoritarian leaders. Here in Georgia, we have seen what happens when leadership falters, when aggression goes unchecked, and when unity weakens, increasing appetites of revisionist and imperialist powers like Russia. History has been repeating itself again and again and again in this region, and we cannot allow this vicious cycle to keep continuing. It is the political will to stand up to aggression, to resist authoritarian influences, and to defend the principles of democracy that will determine whether we succeed or fail. Right now is a moment for bold, decisive action. We need leadership who are willing to take risks, to lead with moral clarity, and to prioritize long-term security over short-term gains. The stakes are simply too high to do otherwise. The upcoming elections in Georgia are a pivotal moment in this regard. This election is not just another electoral cycle. It is a transformative and existential moment for Georgia. It is about the very future of our democracy, of our country. It is about our soul, about which direction the nation will go. Will we continue our path towards European integration, democratic reforms, and the rule of law? Or shall we allow ourselves to be dragged into the sphere of influence of those who do not share our values and deem Georgia to be doomed? The choice before the Georgian people is stark, but I am confident that we will choose the path of Europe. I believe deeply and unequivocally that the people of Georgia will choose Europe and end the Georgian nightmare that is haunting us. I believe that the citizens of Georgia will choose a future that is rooted in the values of democracy, freedom, and human dignity. Georgia's place is in Europe, not just geographically, but culturally, ideologically, and politically. Our people have demonstrated time and time and time again our commitment to these values. From the Rose Revolution, from the Georgian Civil War, from the wars in Abkhazia and Tskhinvali, to our steadfast support to Ukraine in its fight against Russian aggression. Even in the face of current government, millions spent on anti-Western propaganda and horrendous gaslighting from the authoritarian regime, despite appeasement from some of our Western allies who strengthened the regime here, the people of Georgia, our youth, our next generation, have demonstrated again and again that Europe is our choice, that Russia is our enemy who is trying to destroy this country, and that the empire of evil is not our choice. The election will be a defining moment for our nation, and I have no doubt that the will of Georgian people will prevail. However, we cannot overlook the fact that election alone is not enough. Strong leadership and political will is required to translate the democratic will of the Georgian people into concrete actions and policies. We must ensure that the outcome of this election is respected, that democratic institutions shall be strengthened, that the reforms towards European paths continue, and also we need resilience and vigilance and unity and unwavering support from those who believe in Georgian future and readiness to act to support it. Returning to the broader context of this conference, the security of the Black Sea region and Europe are inseparable. The stability of this region directly impacts the security architecture of the entire continent. This is why forums like this are not simply necessary, but urgent. Urgent not only in Tbilisi, but also in Brussels, in Berlin, in Paris, in Bucharest, in all European capitals. We must continue to create and refine strategic approaches that address both immediate and long-term threats that we face. We must continue to invest in our collective defense, in building resilient societies, and in strengthening ties that bind us together as European family, and ensure that Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, as well as Armenia, have a fighting chance against creeping and increasing Russian influences. And as we stand here today, I cannot help but reflect on the bravery of the Ukrainian people, whose struggle has awakened Europe and reminded us of all of the cost of complacency. Ukraine's fight is not only a fight for its own sovereignty or territorial integrity. It is a fight for the principles of freedom and democracy that unite us. This resilience, the will of Ukrainians to survive, and their determination to prevail serve as a powerful reminder that the fight for freedom is never easy, but always worth it. Finally, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our partners from the Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung, from the Konrad Adenauer-Stiftung, from other organizations, and of course to the European Liberal Forum, who is supporting this conference this year, and I hope that we will continue working on the Black Sea security both in Tbilisi and Brussels. And at the end, I will introduce a very basic idea. Georgia is Europe. It was, it is, and it will be. The Russian regime in this country is an abomination against the will, values, traditions of this magnificent country, and it will surely end. Thank you, and I wish you all a very productive and interesting conference. Thank you. Now I would like to ask His Excellency Botschafter Fischer to make the welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, George. Dear Ms. Banach, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Well, I could just leave the podium and I say that I agree completely with what my two previous speakers have said, but I will also fulfill my task and try to add some additional elements. One is that I'm very pleased to be here under the banner of these two German foundations, working, by the way, for many years for the good of Georgia, due to the generosity of the German taxpayer, German nurses, German bus drivers, and so on and so forth. You know, Ms. Banach, that I love how you took that essential pink two words, for freedom. Germany is a liberal democracy. Freedom is our most important asset, and you have it in your title. Most of the other parties also defend freedom and work towards freedom. And Konrad Adenauer was the one who, after the Second World War and the Holocaust, ensured that Germany becomes a liberal democracy and stays in the circle of liberal democracies. Against all the temptations and political discussion that we had in Germany, I recently asked colleagues in the embassy who remembers the Stalin note of 1953. Stalin sent a note, George knows it, I'm sure, and said to the three Western allies who were occupying Germany at the time and had the sovereignty over Germany, and said Germany can be, united, but it must be neutral. And Adenauer said, no, it's a trick. We will be united, neutral, and then Soviet, more or less. So what I'm trying to say, I'm delighted to be here with Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung and Konrad Adenauer-Stiftung and the other organizations. George, I can subscribe to everything you said. You spoke in a very aspirational way, what must be and why it's important and why it's strategically important. And usually I don't bring that many notes to remarks like this, but I had to get some notes because I think we are, we are under-focused on the Black Sea region. The demands that you formulated for a coherent and high-level strategy are right, but in reality, I'm afraid that such a worked-out proper strategy does not exist for the EU countries and not for Germany. I'm not saying that we don't think about it, but we could be doing better. We're remaining under potential, and the Black Sea region is remaining under potential. The potential is, of course, economic, everything that has to do with the the blue economy, and the potential is also in the security area. It could be a region of security, whereas today we see it more as a region that is faced with security problems. So does the Black Sea bring people together? That would be the goal. Or are there divisions in and around the Black Sea? And of course, environmental issues, I hope, will also be part of your discussion, because I think the Black Sea is a sick sea in terms of the environment. So I'll say a few words just to throw some elements into your discussion, and I'll come back as ambassador to Georgia on the Black Sea. Yeah, as I said, we don't, the EU and Germany, we don't really have a high-level Black Sea strategy. We do more on the Mediterranean, for example. However, there are two member states that are on the Black Sea, and two candidate countries. Is Moldova also on the Black Sea? I'm not sure. Do they have a coast? No. Okay, so this is the two candidate countries. And Russia's attack on Ukraine has raised our attention a little bit, but perhaps we should raise it a bit more. Russia is trying to transform the Black Sea region into a western and an eastern part. And one of Russia's initial war objectives was to cut the Ukraine completely off from the Black Sea. But that failed. And just to repeat what has been said many times, we also won't let that happen. We won't let Russia win in Ukraine, and we will do whatever it takes for as long as it takes. So Russia's aggression and also its what it planned in the Black Sea in that regard has not worked out. We should be aware of Russia's failures too. On security, Russia controls about 1/3 of the Black Sea coast, including through Abkhazia since 2008. So that's 33%, whereas according to international law, it's only around 10%. Control over Crimea is of strategic importance. Sevastopol is the only warm water port. And the war has had a very big impact on the Black Sea region in many ways, but we also see direct threats of Russia against NATO member states that are on the Black Sea, for example, by violations of their airspace. And I see the ambassador of Bulgaria is here. Then we have this news, these reports about Russia building a naval base in Uchamchire. I think the activity is at quite a low level, but it's an example of how Russia plays with Georgia from the Russian textbook of how you play with countries by mixing threats and offers, I would say poisonous offers. Russia also stole energy assets from the Ukraine that are on the Black Sea, offshore oil and gas rights. And we see the war impacting even resort cities like Batumi. Every now and then a water, how are they called? A mine drifts over and appears before the beach of Batumi. And there's a global impact that Russia has limited the Ukrainian grain exports, which impacts many, many countries in the world who rely on the grain to feed their people. On the energy side, we have this, the countries of the littoral countries of the Black Sea depend on it as the Black Sea is their connection to the global economy, in particularly as an energy transfer corridor. And brings me to the whole idea of the middle corridor. So it would be ideal if the Black Sea was not a divisions, a hurdle that needs to be overcome, but a source of connectivity. And it could be a wonderful connectivity between Europe, the middle corridor, and Asia. But there's a long way to go there. I spoke once to one of the biggest freight forwarders in the world, a German company, when I just came here, and I said, yeah, this middle corridor, that's an interesting thing, right? And he said, yeah, it's an interesting thing, but it doesn't exist. He said, every single point for us and now we're looking just at the freight forwarding, which is one element of the potential middle corridor. He said, the route over the Caspian Sea is not good for us. The harbor in Baku is not good. The customs administration in Azerbaijan is not good. The train and streets for transporting freight in Azerbaijan are not good. The border management between Azerbaijan and Georgia is not good. The rail and highway in Georgia is not good, and the ports in Georgia are not good. This is from the point of view who's saying, you know, if the bar is seamlessness and ease of transport, all this requires a lot of investment, a lot of money, and a lot of work, and it requires also political will and goodwill of the people that are working on it. So the middle corridor is out there. Germany has a big interest in it, but it's far from reality. The same is true for that's of course true for the present energy system, oil and gas. There's big potential for renewables in the whole Southern Caucasus region, and you all know the big project of an electricity cable under the Black Sea from Georgia to Romania. Big potential. We have see the ambassador of Romania is here as well. So we have an enormous hunger for green energy. But also here, a lot more investment, a lot more good regulation, and a lot more political input will require for it to become a reality. Now, concluding remarks on Georgia, also a Black Sea country. From our perspective, the German perspective, Georgia has an enormous opportunity in front of it, and that's to join the European Union. We have offered Georgia membership. Georgia has received the candidate status, and in our vision of the EU, our understanding, and we do believe that the history of enlargement supports this vision with facts and numbers of economic development and positive economic and societal transformation, Georgia could become an anchor of stability, democracy also, and prosperity in the Southern Caucasus region, affecting positively Armenia and Azerbaijan, and affecting positively the whole Black Sea region, because there's this saying, nothing is more successful than success. So being a stable country with a good development and good economic development could affect the whole Black Sea region. However, and I've said this publicly before, if there's any Georgians in the room, you are at risk of throwing away that historic opportunity. That risk is real. And I've spoken about this before. The window for enlargement is wide open now, but it can close again. No one knows what the political development is going to be. But we talked about some of the challenges that exist to liberal democracy, right now, and it's not only Russia, it's also from within. A lot of people are saying, you know, these liberal democracies are too complicated, authoritarian systems are more effective, many examples, it's a whole global narrative being fueled by all kinds of actors, and some of you may have seen the election results in Austria. Large parts of our population are buying into it and making governing more difficult in countries like Austria and some of the federal states in Germany. We had the same results. So I can only say, dear Georgians, be aware that you are at risk of throwing away an historic opportunity. George, I think, mentioned again in his remarks, which I fully subscribe to, what the opportunity is. But it can be lost. And if Georgia turns away from liberal democracy, that's what Europe is, liberal democracy. You can read the treaties, you can read the constitutions of our countries. Then don't expect us to come begging after you. Yeah? It's possible that won't happen. People in Europe on the right and on the left are getting tired of Europe, are getting tired of enlargement. Some in Georgia set their stakes on parties from the right in Europe. Rassemblement National, AfD in Germany, FPÖ, and so on. Let's not even mention Hungary, Netherlands, and say, they will help us to get into Europe. That's a big mistake. AfD says, foreigners out. I mentioned that once in the embassy, and one of our Georgian colleagues said, they mean us Georgians too? I said, of course they mean you Georgians too. Just because you're white doesn't mean you're not in an AfD worldview, not in the same basket with all the other foreigners, be they Syrians or Afghans. So there's a global movement. We can reflect on the US too, right? What is it called? America first, us first. We have our own issues at home. Let's not do all this geopolitics and EU enlargement. It's only trouble. So I think we have a big opportunity in front of us, but also enormous challenges, and we need to be very clever and do good politics, and most of all, engage the citizens in our countries, in your country, and in all of our countries for freedom first. Thank you.
Yeah, we forgot the main thing, that the voices should be heard. Huh? So, welcome you again to our conference. Thank you for your time, your interest, and your contribution during the sessions, but also in between. I would like to start immediately to have as much time as possible for our talks, and first of all, I would like to invite my co-host to this panel discussion, or even maybe a kind of a debate, Ms. Marta Ardashelia, who is editor-in-chief of Sova News, which is an online outlet in Georgia on political and social issues, and has outreach not only to Georgia but also on Eastern Europe and post-Soviet space. Hello, Marta. Actually, I know every speaker personally, but still their positions are pretty long, so I have sometimes to take a look on the list. So, Dr. Bartlomiej Novak, who is a political scientist at the Vistula University and member of Team Europe Direct, which is an expert advisor group to European Commission. Ms. Gerlinde Nieuws, who has extensive experience within NATO and EU and was serving as a deputy director at security and cooperation with NATO partner countries. We have Mr. Paul Ivan, which will join us online. We'll see him hopefully on the screen. Mr. Paul Ivan is policy advisor at the Renew Europe political group at the European Parliament. We have Mr. Denis Chenuza, who is a member at the European Studies Center in Lithuania and leading member at experts group in Moldova. Mr. Ambassador Gigi Gigiadze, who is a senior fellow at European Economic Policy and Research Center and is the former Deputy Minister of Georgia. Dr. Svetlana Kovalchuk, who is Executive Director of Yalta European Strategy Conference. My colleague from Bucharest, Mr. Reimer Wagner, who is the head of Friedrich-Naumann Foundation for Freedom Office in Romania and Moldova. And we have another guest online, Mr. Jordan Bozhilov, who is the president of Sofia Security Forum and is a former Deputy Minister of Defense of Bulgaria. With this introduction, I would like just to give my 10 cents to the previous speakers at the tribune and underline the necessity of the, I would say, even common strategy or common understanding among the countries in the Black Sea region, European countries around the Black Sea region, and for sure their partners within European Union and the NATO. With this conference, we aim actually to boost this at least in Georgia, with hopefully our big outreach to our partner countries around Black Sea region and also in the European Union and NATO. And this setting, the setting of this panel is actually in a way that there are more or less dividing in three groups. There are people which I believe and hope have similar incentives, but maybe different perspectives or understanding of the ways of implementation of the strategies on the security of the Black Sea region. So we have a group of friends from NATO and EU. We have a group of friends from Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, who are candidate countries of the European Union. And we have representatives from Romania and Bulgaria, which are both members of EU and NATO, and at the same time are bordering Black Sea basin. With this said, I would like to pass the word to my colleague, Marta Ardashelian, to start the round. Please, Marta.
Good morning. I'm honored to moderate this panel with so interesting guests, and let's warm up with some generals about the level of cooperation between Georgia, NATO, Georgia, EU. How do you feel how Tbilisi and Brussels use all potential of these relations? And maybe I would address this question to Dr. Novak first.
Thank you for inviting me to the conference. Maybe I will share some of my thoughts from the previous enlargement over Poland, because I think it is important, and I was one of the co-founders of the initiative Yes in Referendum, which won the referendum in 2003 in Poland. So it was for me a very lively experience. And I would say a couple of things regarding enlargement. For us, it was not just joining NATO and the EU. For us, Poland, it was joining the institutions of transatlantic community, because we felt that the sense is to go both to NATO and the EU. You cannot develop economically if you are not secure. That was the logic. And that we are joining the community, not simply institutions. Community means that we have a shared destiny, that we have common values, and that we are responsible for one another. It was very important dimension in Polish accession to the EU. And from the point of view of economic security, for us, the motivation was not just simply the EU funds, it was the access to internal market. And all economics says that access to internal market gave us much more than simply the EU funds. There was also not a narrative about simply the enlargement of NATO and the EU. The enlargement, Russians are using this word expansion, in geopolitical terms. But that's a false narrative. We wanted to join the EU and NATO, and Ukraine wants to join the EU and NATO, and on the way to it, we have to overcome so many obstacles because countries of NATO and the EU were not very much willing to enlarge the EU and NATO. It was really tough battle, both for us, for Ukraine, and it will be a tough battle for Georgia, as Mr. Ambassador said. The ball is on the side of the countries. Furthermore, we had very, very little funds before the accession. So the key factor why there was enlargement of 2004-07, but surely in our case, was the willingness of political elites to use the accession to NATO and the European Union to change the country, because the accession to the EU, it means implementing 90,000 of pages, in our case, of European Union law, acquis, which changes the governance of the whole country. How do we govern in our country? And just remember that the annexation of Crimea and the Dignity Revolution was caused not by NATO enlargement, but by the possibility of integration with the EU. Putin was worried that if Ukrainians can have a modern state, immediately he will have people on the street, because people start asking why Ukrainians can do this, why Russians cannot do this. So I think maybe opening this round, it is extremely important. I heard so many disappointments yesterday when we talk about engagement of the EU into Georgian matters. But believe me, we in Poland had to overcome so many obstacles on the way to it. Nobody wanted us at the beginning. We have to beg for the EU to admit that the opportunity for accession is open. It was not given to us. We had to fight for this. So this is one of the biggest lessons, and for many, many years until 2015, we used the disenlargement for our own benefits. Whatever the government was in Poland, the policy was more or less the same, to use the EU for the needs of modernization of our country, and this was how we succeeded. And it is an important lesson because it didn't happen in case of Western Balkans. In Western Balkans, the political elites were much more reluctant. Very often they wanted to take the EU issues to their own benefits, and you see the results. So I think that when we discuss Georgia, for this whole discussion, this experience can be somehow important.
Thank you, Bartek. the thing is, we should discuss not only Georgia, but we should discuss all of us. I mean, maybe following your logic first and foremost, Ukraine and Moldova also, but then, I mean, our common cooperation. I would like just to switch to Ms. News and following up to Bartolomei's input. For sure, you have possibility to put your points on the table, but still following the input of Bartek. Do you agree that this was a very hard way, I would say, for Poland to join NATO and EU, and how are they, if we compare Poland with Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova, how are the stakes for these three countries?
Yeah, thank you, Shamil, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure to be again in Tiflis. From the outset, I should stress that I'm speaking in a personal capacity. My tenure at NATO headquarters came to an end last Friday after the short period of 25 years. The last 5 years I was in charge of the cooperation with partner countries, including Georgia and Ukraine. And now I am more or less seamlessly reincarnating as an independent expert on NATO and international security matters.
Gerlinde,
and how better way to do this than here. So coming to that point here, I would say the enlargement when it comes to the NATO perspective, be this for the first round of enlargement with Poland, Hungary, and Slovakia at the time, Czechia at the time, and then the Big Bang enlargement we had in 2004, including 7 countries, the 3 Baltics, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, and Slovenia. That was more from a really geostrategic perspective. I think from the NATO side, we saw this as a window of opportunity. So I don't think you had to back that much on the NATO side. There were hurdles, admittedly, in both instances. But I think the prevailing logic was really we have a historic window of opportunity which we need to use. And since the panel, I think, is on NATO and EU enlargement in the Black Sea, just to add that so far, I think we have been moderate in using the enlargement as a security tool, assuming we consider it a security tool, because there is a full school of thought out there, Meershammer and others, saying Putin, etc., saying that it's actually a security threat and destabilizing factor. But assuming this is a security tool, which I would of course subscribe to, we have so far only used it 3 times. I mean, with Turkey in '52, and then indeed with Romania and Bulgaria in 2004. And then in 2008 at the Bucharest summit, the alliance took what I think in retrospect was a rather problematic decision because you may remember the text in the summit declaration saying we are Ukraine and Georgia will become a member of NATO. The next step is the membership action plan. So if you see that from the countries concerned, it's fine. There is the carrot out there, and to join NATO and NATO. But from the perspective of Russia, what it says is, they intend to bring Georgia and Ukraine under the NATO umbrella, but they haven't done so yet. So there is great time for us to derail and to mess in these countries as much as possible before this ever happens. So an open invite to the mismanagement and the destabilization of those two countries. And in many ways, I would argue that what we have seen then afterwards in 2008 in Georgia, the war between Russia and Georgia, the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014, and also the full-out war of Russia against Ukraine needs to be seen in that perspective. So yes, enlargement is a security factor, but if we don't do it, it's a destabilization factor. Yeah. So I leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Gerlinde, and pardon my attempt to intervene. I was trying to point out that we had the privilege to invite you here during being in position still. So, thank you for this. And with this, I don't know if it will be a kind of putting a bit of fuel in the round, but after you touched the Bucharest summit, I think it's almost unavoidable that I pass the word to Ambassador Gigiadze to ask him what are his thoughts, or maybe what were the thoughts of your fellow colleagues at that time. What were the perspectives of Georgia during or after the Bucharest summit? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me today at this interesting conference. I think there was a big disappointment at that time. I was at the time the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We all were expecting that Georgia will get membership action plan together with Ukraine, because the expectations were very high, and Georgia was fulfilling all the requirements and was moving perfectly forward on the way towards the NATO. And we all understood at that time that if this decision will not be made in April 2008, there might be serious implications coming from Russia later on, because since the beginning of 2008, Russia was already preparing for the invasion of Georgia, which took place in August 2008. Some have the idea, some still expect that Georgia and Ukraine got much more than it was the membership action plan. It was the promise that one day both countries will join the North Atlantic Alliance. But for us at that time, it was very bad, I would say very damaging message towards Russia, which in our understanding served as a green light for them to proceed what Putin was preparing since 2006. So not granting Georgia membership action plan, not standing strong enough for two countries was very badly understood from the side of Russia. From today's perspective, I think for everyone it is clear that giving in to Russia is a big mistake. Georgia was actually the first foreign target of Russia, and after 2008, the world very quickly returned to the so-called business as usual with them. And I think what happened, Russia really understood that they can proceed they can live with that reaction of the West. They can freely allow themselves much more. And then we faced the 2014 invasion of Crimea and annexation of Crimea, and now we are facing the full-fledged war instigated by Russia against Ukraine in 24th of February 22. So for my colleagues, for myself, I just repeat, it was a huge disappointment. We knew that it will be immediately followed by the aggressive actions from Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to other speakers, I think Gerlinde would like to give a remark.
Yeah, just to add a bit, because I mean, I was also at the Bucharest summit, and indeed I do recall the situation. Putin was present, and he was furious about this idea about NATO giving the MAP, the Membership Action Plan, to Georgia and Ukraine. So there were hefty discussions with him and allies, and also diverging views among allies. I mean, there were that camp who said, no matter what Putin says, we're going to do it. That was led by Condoleezza Rice at a time. And then there were other allies, Germany, France, and others saying, well, we need to accommodate, yeah, and take into account what Russia says. So the compromise is the one I just mentioned, to come to the conclusion they will become a member. But will is kind of indefinite in the future somewhere, yeah. So that was the compromise, which on hindsight I think was a mistake.
As Ambassador Gigiadze has mentioned, Bucharest was the huge disappointment for Georgia, and I suppose in all countries represented there was their own Bucharest. and Russia still is used for its hybrid warfare. Can you please describe in your countries how it works? I mean, what is the main facilities for Russia to rely on in this hybrid warfare?
I mean, most probably Moldova and Ukraine.
And Ukraine, and maybe Georgia then.
Should I start or it's okay? Probably Ukraine has to speak about both hybrid and hardcore threats that is facing the country because of Russian aggression. In the case of Moldova, I think that we have learned a lot over the last 2 years. What are the tools that Russia has been using against Moldova, and mainly they are related to what we know as non-state actors that are interfering with different at different levels usually through illegal financing of political activities. And unfortunately, the country has been dealing with weak institutions, and due to that, the corruption at the political level was successfully getting deep roots, and therefore we have politicians who managed to escape the prison, and they are quite operational, efficiently interfering in the country's political processes from Moscow or from somewhere else. And I mean the former oligarchs who are very influential and right now are based. One of them is based. Specifically in Moscow, and Moscow is providing with the resources in order to make available disinformation campaigns, as well as flooding the country with illegal financing that is being used in order to bribe voters, as well as to bribe participants at the different protests, which is exactly one of the forms that is being used in order to create perceptions about public pressure and public disinterest towards the European integration. So I mean the main way Russia is trying to undermine Moldovan stability, political stability, is through criticizing and through putting under the question the whole idea of European integration. And this is being done through pro-Russian media channels. They have been successfully banned, and they cannot be easily accessed in Moldova, but there are other ways to still spread this disinformation, and this is being done usually through Telegram channels. There are virtual chambers through which this information is reaching out to Moldovan public. Today we see that the hybrid warfare is understood much broader by the European and in general Western partners. There is a cooperation between the Moldovan authorities from the special services, Ministry of Interiors, and including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in order to create this common understanding of where Russia is operational and how to make sure that this influence is prevented. Therefore, we have sanctions that have been applied by the EU as well as by the US. Actually, the US was the first driver of implementing sanctions against oligarchs that are trying to interfere through connections with Russia. So I think that this is in a nutshell, but obviously there are different dimensions to that, and mainly they play out in the electoral processes. So if we have ways for the Russian money or money from the Russian proxies to reach out to Moldova, then they will be used to undermine the electoral processes and democratic institutions in general.
Thank you, Denis. So, Svetlana, would you like to elaborate on the same question? Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. You see, it's also a Russian action that micro doesn't work. But actually today is 950 days full-scale war in Ukraine. And each single day we are fighting with Russia on different fronts, on of course military fronts, economic fronts, culture fronts, and of course information fronts, because all the time they are everywhere. It's like a joke about micro, but we are sure that they are everywhere, in each single part of Ukraine, in each village, in each big city, even in each institutions, because we know it historically happens that Ukraine and Russia were very close with each other. We had very deep economical cooperation. It's a very long process of divorce, freely or peaceful divorce with Russia, but it didn't work out really very well. And fighting the war, being with war, working with population, with our nation, and trying to inspire people. We see a lot of obstacles, because all the time we understand that there is a lot of fake news everywhere about situation at front, about situation and behavior of with Ukrainian prisons, about military actions, about economic developments, and of course there are a lot of manipulations with everything what is done by Ukrainian government. Despite the war, even in European news, on CNN, Euronews, everywhere we can see a lot of news about corruption of Ukraine, about misusing of Ukraine, of government, about all corruption stuff. And it's of course a result of very active work of Russians. Recently, I think in the middle of June or so, it was even a list of members of European parliaments who worked for Russia and who were obliged to spend pro-Russian information about situation in Ukraine for different European medians, and it's information not from Ukraine, it's information disseminated by European members of parliament. And of course in European countries it's accepted differently, yeah, because country it's war, it's chaotic, a lot of corruption. It's something that it's easy to understand by our enemy. Since the start of the war, we with our foundation and with Office of President started the very, let's say, simple project, but it was about a Russian war crime exhibition. We collected evidence of Russian war crimes together with many Ukrainian NGO and together with Office of the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, just to have evidence, proved pictures of Russian war crimes. It was in times of Bucha, Izum, and all this really big and firstly committed Russian war crimes. In pictures was evident proof. And you cannot imagine how many resistance we got from different European countries to have this exhibition at the national parliaments, because our target was not to show exhibition in the museum or somewhere else, but to show it in the national parliament. It was so big fight, and first exhibition we shown in May in Davos during World Economic Forum. Yeah, yes, war started in February, and in 3 months we collected this exhibition. It should. I spent 1 month in Switzerland, in neutral Switzerland, negotiated the right to have this exhibition because it was not accepted. Can you imagine? Switzerland, neutral country, it's impossible. It was several months of negotiation with Germany, several months of negotiation with British parliaments. All the time, they are everywhere, yes? And if you show real evidence, it means a lot for them. And they tried even to forbid for Ukraine to show this exhibition. It's just simple example how they work.
Thank you, Svetlana. Before we move to our friends from European Union who borders the Black Sea to Weimar and Jordan, I would like to address my question to Paul Ivan. Paul, sitting in Brussels, for the speakers you can see only speakers in front of you. Paul, sitting in Brussels and elaborating on foreign policies for one of the political groups at the European Parliament, could you please shortly elaborate on the past, because mostly we spoke right now about the past. So what was the vision in the European political sphere? What were the mistakes? And maybe in more extended way, what are the policies in the future on the European level, if they are in place, and if they are not in place or not enough present, then maybe what are the reasons for this? Please, Paul.
Sure, thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Very well, we hear you well.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I could not be with you there. Thank you very much for having me. As one of the previous speakers also said, I also speak very much in a private capacity in my name, though I do work for the Liberal Group, for the Renew Europe Group. Now I've been working on and in different capacities in governments, in think tanks over the last 15 years, and dealing with the countries in the Eastern Partnership, with EU enlargement. And I remember very much how a decade ago, or even less so, the clear focus on EU enlargement was on the Western Balkans, and nobody was really talking about the countries in the Eastern Partnership, what I call in Eastern Europe, as targets for EU enlargement. So it has taken a lot of time and a major war on the European continent to see that changing. And with this, I move in a way more to the present, because as the German ambassador also said, we do see that the war in Ukraine, let's say the relaunch of the Russian war in Ukraine in 2022, has opened this historic window of opportunities for the countries in the region. And we do see from Brussels, we see, well, different behaviors, or from my viewpoint. We see that some of the countries have taken this opportunity, are trying to make the best of it, and of course that's primarily the case of Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. We see other countries which don't necessarily want to take a position in this war, or are not particularly interested in developing that much relations with the EU. I'm thinking about Azerbaijan, for example. And we see the interesting case of Georgia, where you're sitting, which seems a bit more difficult to understand. It's obviously a country that for the past decade has knocked at EU and NATO's door. And when this window of opportunity arose, it seems to have second thoughts, and even at some point it seems to have adopted a policy of trying to appease, let's say, the aggressor, Russia in this case. Very unstable, I would say, and unpredictable sort of decisions coming from Tbilisi. Now, obviously, I work for the Liberal Party, for Renew Europe, but I do see how a party that was associated with one of our other political groups in the European Parliament, with the Socialists, has decided to leave that group and basically move to the hard right and the far right on some topics. So it is, I would say, Georgia, from the countries in the region, the one that seems to react at least more chaotically, and not necessarily following. I'm referring to the government, of course, not when I say the country, I'm referring strictly to the government, not really following what would be the national interest, the ones also supported by a majority of its people. Now, in terms of the European Parliament, we have, let's say, the Parliament has adopted over the past years many resolutions, both in terms of of Ukraine, but also the other countries in the region. We will have next week a plenary where there are two debates and two resolutions, one on the resilience and the Russian interference in the Republic of Moldova, and one on Georgia, actually. So for, let's say, more official positions, you will see them from there. So I will maybe stop here, but happy to contribute later on.
And let's continue maybe with Bulgaria and Romania, which are in the middle of this crisis, but we're hardly and not so actively hearing political or any news from there in the part of our world especially. So can you please represent how these countries handling with the crisis that we have in the middle of Europe?
Hello. Yeah, in the case of Romania, it was a more discreet handling, but it's basically heavily involved in dealing with the crisis. So Romania was prepared for the war somehow, because they formed a new stable big coalition government. And just when we witnessed the architecture of this government, putting a former military general with Afghanistan experience on the front of the government, it was pretty clear that Romania was fearing that Russia will do it. Because of the historical I need to make a little bit history of Romania, because even Ceausescu feared Russia, that after Prague and Budapest, he will be the next. And so he orientated the entire state security apparatus against basically the Soviet Union and Russia. So even in the 90s, we had this state being. And after 5 years of Russian occupation from 45 to 50, even nowadays we have in the population a large anti-Russian sentiments. So politicians and populations and voters are basically anti-Russian, and we have an anti-Russian country. So it was easy for Romania, even in 95, post-communist parties and democratic parties to have this pact on Snagov, the only national pact we had, where the entire political system in Romania agreed we want to go to the NATO and we want to go to the European Union. Just to put it in your context, because you remembered me this. And of course, joining NATO and joining the EU, having the economical growth from the benefits to being in the EU is now giving Romania the power not just to help and support other countries, but also to arming themselves and invest a lot in contracts, in military, and in defense. So having all this together, Romania provided a lot of cybersecurity for Ukraine, and after the Russian invasion, they supported even with military supplies, but in a real discreet manner, because we in the public, we didn't know about this. It needed that Zelensky visited Romania and saying, okay, thank you for the dozens of supply from weapons. And so it came out. And of course, it's maybe in Georgia not known that NATO has several, five or six bases. So we have from missile defense to of course, the entire air security providing in Romania. We talk about the Veselu, of course. Romania has a large military contract with United States on the missile defense, providing Ukraine one of the systems. The second one will be now operational. The other 5 will be delivered. They have contracted now F-35 with Lockheed Martin. They contracted with, because it's really, okay. With South Korea, Hanwha Aerospace, they have now a 1 billion contract for K-9 howitzers and K-10 ammunition resupplies vehicles. And the South Koreans want to build a facility in Romania. Rheinmetall has around planned 6 facilities on weapons. And Romania is also planning to buy some Abrams tanks. So if we see all this weaponization, basically, of the country, is clear that is fearing that Romania needs to give this for the next maybe decades or decade, will be one of the suppliers of security, of border security. And just to give a small example, because it was a false affirmation of the ambassador, Moldova has access to the Black Sea via a small harbor in Gyurgyulest. And the small harbor is operated by a firm. The main shareholder is the European Bank of Reconstruction. But now Romania, by the harbor from Constanța, is dealing to take over the administration of this. And these are now the evolutions. Also, Romania with Poland were the main actors of the B9 format. That's also a format for the Eastern European countries in the NATO, and now they are demanding. The last P9 demand was to have some actions about the drones, about the Russian drones that are going over the territory of Poland or over the territory of Romania. Now they are just watching them, how they are flying over the Romanian territory and going to Odessa. But that's not really the thing to handle, just to watch them, because it's an airspace violation. So there are a lot of issues that Romania needs to deal, and they see themselves, Romania is seeing themselves as a key security provider of the eastern flank, as a key partner in the NATO and in the EU, and also has a special interest to provide security to the sister country, Moldova, of course. And is advocating a lot for the EU integration of Moldova. And just the last idea, we have maybe now a new approach, or also according what means enlargement, because at the last summit in Moldova and in Chisinau, it was launched the idea, even if you have a frozen conflict, it's possible that Moldova is joining the EU without Transnistria, where we have this Russian frozen conflict, but that is really another topic.
Maybe Jordan Bozhilov would like to contribute, and then a remark for you.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning from Sofia. I'd like to add to our discussion also security aspect, because it seems that security issues, unfortunately, are at the core of major policies and all issues related to the region, but also to European, Euro-Atlantic security, and also affect all other countries. Of course, the Russian aggression against Ukraine drastically transforms the strategic landscape in the region. And it's not only a threat to Ukrainian independence, territorial integrity, it's not threat only to Ukrainian people and Ukrainian infrastructure, but it affects virtually everything which happens in the region. I mean, it's a threat to freedom of navigation, it's a threat to international trade, to economic growth, and of course it will impact all NATO and EU policies. Just to give you an impression of what is the security situation in the region, I will briefly mention that we have an issue with free-floating sea mines. About 80 free-floating sea mines were already destroyed, mainly by Ukrainian forces. By 15 free-floating sea mines reached Bulgarian, Romanian, and Turkish territorial water and were destroyed by respective navies. 2 ships were hit by sea mines. What is the consequence of this? First, insurances skyrocketed. Transport routes were changed. So we have a completely new transport situation. We have environmental problems caused by sunk ships or destroyed dump in Ukraine. We have refugees, millions of refugees. Russia deliberately blocks exclusive economic zones of individual countries in the region, including NATO countries. Last year, Russia blocked Bulgarian exclusive economic zone for about 8 months, preventing Bulgaria from exploring the territory for gas and oil. Each war is a source of smuggling of small arms, light weapons. We already know that a lot of weapons from the conflict actually left the combat zone and now are used from criminal organizations. We saw this on Russian news, and I believe that this should be considered very seriously because this will threaten our own security. So there are many other threats. I won't name them, but again, what is going now in the region threatens economic activities, tourism, transportation, etc., etc., etc. It has been mentioned before issue of connectivity, which is very important for Europe and countries from Black Sea region. It was mentioned that there is a project for building a cable, electricity and data cables, actually, 2 cables, connecting Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and further Hungary. This project is considered to be important for European electricity diversification. It is important not only for the countries, but also for Europe. And due to insecurity in the region, there is a lack of funds to realize this project. So without solving security issues, I'm afraid that we won't be able to use the full capacity of region as a strategic hub which connects Caucasus, Europe, and Central Asia. So not to stop on just mentioning individual risks. What is important? European Union and NATO should reconsider their ambitions in the region. And I think we already go in the right direction. This year, European Council tasked European Commission to elaborate a comprehensive paper on the Black Sea. So what should be the role of European Union in the Black Sea? First, addressing security risks, but also developing all other policies. I hope that a new commission will prepare this document and put an amount of money which will be necessary to implement the measure. So it is right time for us, countries from the region, to make our analysis and make proposals for this document. I think NATO is moving in the same direction. NATO stated in the new strategic concept that Black Sea is a region of utmost importance for Euro-Atlantic security. So we have to work again, NATO countries, but also partner countries, and look at possible role of NATO in the region. Although it is not that easy because of differences of visions of individual NATO countries, but we shall move in this direction.
Thank you, Jordan. I guess we have enough time later to continue on the particular policies, maybe to touch them also from the perspectives of each country. In this regard, I think Gerlinde would like to address the statements of Reimer and Jordan.
Thank you. Perhaps some reflections on what I heard from my co-panelists, and to add sort of from the broader NATO perspective. Yes, I think it is right to say that, say from the decade 2014 until 22, there was less strategic focus on the Black Sea region. The main focus was on the Baltic Sea. Remember the discussions around the Suwalki Gap, etc., etc. However, and the last panelist said that that has changed definitely since 2022. With Russia's full-scale invasion, also in the new strategic concept, the Black Sea is now considered a region of strategic importance. And what that means in very concrete terms, I would say, is a two-pronged approach. So on the core task of NATO, which is the deterrence and defense, what we have been doing is a substantial, if you wish, I mean, an overhaul of our defense and deterrence posture. We are back to the concept of forward defense. So that means in the case of also the Black Sea region, of course, that the defense and deterrence of the Atlantic area covers the Black Sea. There is a regional plan south which covers the Black Sea, and the planning also for protecting allies in the Black Sea is part of the integrated planning. So also the reinforcement of NATO presence in the region is part of this broader defense and deterrence posture. So in that sense, I wouldn't refer to weaponization of Romania. I would rather put it as part of NATO's much more reinforced defense and deterrence posture. Of course, that concerns the NATO allies in the Black Sea, Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey. When it comes to the partners, the approach is on two levels. It's the enhancement of the practical cooperation with Ukraine and Georgia. And with Ukraine, just to mention a few aspects, because my former directorate is in charge of that. So we have reformed and reinforced the comprehensive assistance package Georgia. We have been supporting Ukraine with non-lethal weapons. So NATO, as the organization, only does the non-lethal part. The lethal part we leave to the nations themselves. However, at the Washington summit, allies also agreed to set up the NATO Security Assistance Force, working from Ramstein in Germany, in order to make that multilateral, bilateral cooperation less susceptible to changing governments, i.e., what happens if Trump is re-elected as president. So NATO is now coordinating this support to Ukraine, both for the delivery of equipment and training. We have been setting up the Joint Analysis and Training Center, currently located in Bydgoszcz in Poland. We are working with Ukraine on the overhaul of its defense procurement system. We're working with Ukraine on preventing corruption, and so on and so on. So there's a lot of emphasis on the practical cooperation. When it comes to the political relationship, allies agreed to waiver the requirement for the membership action plan. So actually, we are now in a situation where the alliance could invite Ukraine if they were to decide so. We have set up, or NATO has set up, the NATO-Ukraine Council, where Ukraine sits as an equal amongst all the other allies. And that is also being used as a crisis management mechanism. So it has been activated several times by actually Ukraine to consider to work together. And then when it comes to Georgia, arguably next to Ukraine, Georgia is NATO's most intense cooperation program. I mean, I have here in the audience a couple of colleagues from the substantial NATO-Georgia package. I mean, we have a team here of around, 40 people working with Georgian interlocutors. So we are trying, as in the case of Ukraine, also clearly tailored to the country, to help each of the partners to look after its security in the best way as they deem fit. But also clearly in the case of Georgia, the membership aspiration is there, but it has not been yet activated. And now, when it comes to Georgia, I think it's for Georgia to decide whether it wants to continue this path. Currently, as I said, the SNGP, is the substantial NATO-Georgia package, is one of the most intense cooperation packages we have. But it's nowhere cast in stone that it will remain that way. So if the elections in October on the 26th go badly and Georgia drifts further away from its Euro-Atlantic aspirations, I think we're going to see impact also on this practical cooperation with Georgia. So there is a lot at stake when it comes to also the cooperation with NATO.
So Novak, you had a remark?
Yes, a little bit more on the strategic level. I think that if there is one conclusion that I draw from the previous speakers, we have to be aware and we should promote the narrative and the argument that this time NATO and EU enlargements must go hand in hand simultaneously, because they are so drastically different from the enlargement we had in the past. We had a relatively stable environment. Here is not the case. The EU does not have yet the tools to provide hard security in the region. NATO has. So if one does not follow the other enlargement, it may not succeed. I think we should be aware of this, and we should be also aware of geopolitical dimension, because what happens is the Easternization of the EU. Huge exposure to a new areas. The EU will be, if you look on map, it will be very different than in the past. So we have to be aware of this strategic dimension and take the consequences.
Thank you, Bartek. I think there is straight away an initiative by Svetlana, please.
Yes, I want to comment a little bit what was said before. Actually, I want to comment about weaponization of our neighbors, because war costs money. And war costs money not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. We all the time asking about support, we're asking about support in different countries and institutions, because we understand less support, less possibility to find, and less possibility to win. Can we all imagine if Ukraine lose, what will happen? There will be no EU membership, no NATO membership for Ukraine. Ukraine is losing, and Ukraine is a big country. It's the second biggest country in Europe. Before the war, we had around 40 million of citizenship. population was. Now in Ukraine left around 24 millions. We are not aware because as Ukrainian people, refugees, they all the time traveling to Europe, back to Ukraine, a little bit stability, and then again bombing, no electricity, people suffering, children suffering, and mamas with children traveling back to Europe or somewhere else. All the time when I'm using this train to Poland, my soul crying because all the children, they don't need to spend nights at the train, but they are doing it all the time. It's like, you know, all these travels, it's like big nightmare for me personally. Well, it's when Ukraine lose. Can you imagine this big island of instability in the Europe? And Russia will be very close to Poland, to Romania, to all our neighbors' countries. Why Romania, Poland need more weapons? Because it's necessity. It's not enough time to discuss. We discussed a lot NATO membership. We had Bucharest memorandum. We had nice idea, very good plans. And what we have at the end? We have Ruski Mir. We had war against Ukraine. When war started, I would say that Poland started to increase dramatically weapons. At the beginning of the war, I just checked, Poland ordered more than 1,000 tanks, 500 HIMARS, and 80 jet fighters. Ukraine, at the beginning of the 2024, it means after 2 years of being at the war, got only 10% of tanks and HIMARS and no fighter jets. Now we have only 30% of weapons we really need to fight. Can we fight? Can we win having only 30% of weapons? Of course not.
Because I launched this word weaponization, and of course it was meant in the sense of defense and deterrence, of course, even from me, not. But we are somehow in line, or Romania is in line with Ukraine, fearing this, and fearing even for Moldova, because we have official Russian narratives about Moldova, starting to saying about Maya Sandu and the Moldovans that they are Nazis. And that was the first narrative on the Ukrainians.
Yes, we also are Nazis.
Yeah,
and the plan of war was to denazify country.
And we were fearing and saying this because they consider, Putin is considering Moldova is a part of the former Soviet Union, and Moldova belongs not to the EU, it belongs to Russia. And we will have also elections, maybe Denis will elaborate on, but he said basically what is happening there.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe
just
first
because Moldova was mentioned so many times, I think I have to say something about my country. Well, I believe that there is, the perception about Moldova, which is legitimate. Moldova is under the pressure of different ways that Russia leverages that Russia is employing against the country. The country has been going through crises, starting with the refugee crisis that is due to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Then we had the energy crisis. Then we had social-economic impact of this kind of accumulation of crises. So the country is not performing well in terms of economy. And when you have a vulnerable economy in the country, then obviously you have dissatisfied population. And as we all know, if you don't have a strong bond between the population and the government, then you will obviously have a very fertile soil for the propaganda and disinformation to actually thrive, which is happening in Moldova right now. So we have a very large proportion of the population that lives in absolute poverty, and we speak about 30% of the population. This is a big number. We also have the very negative trends in terms of depopulation. This is both because of the negative demographic indexes, but also the fact that the people simply are leaving the country due to the crises, due to the lack of certainty about the future, the living standards which are not the best in Moldova. So all this somehow is affecting the perspective of the country to really benefit from the European integration process, right? Because you need, what do you need for that? You need labor force, which is professionalized, which is professional and also which is young. These people are leaving the country. And you also need institutions, and institutions require money. And if you don't have an economy that is performing, then obviously the institution will be lacking resources. So therefore, Moldova is always looking for support from external partners, from European partners. The Moldova support platform that has been established by Germany, France, and Romania at the initiative of Romania, if I'm not mistaken, it's a very important tool to help the country, because Moldova is also trying to support Ukraine and Ukrainian refugees that are still living in Moldova. We speak about 100,000 people. Many of them try to integrate. They even start learning Romanian language, which is sometimes a paradox, because we have a Russian-speaking population that has been living in the country since forever, and they don't speak the language. But then you have Ukrainian refugees that are trying to do that in order to live a comfortable life until the war in Ukraine stops. So there are different ways to look at Moldova. But what I'm telling you is that there are structural issues that the country has to deal with, and they are going to inflict costs for the European integration process. And when it comes to this interesting perspective about European integration going hand in hand with the NATO enlargement, is not possible for Moldova, because Moldova is a constitutional, has constitutional neutrality, and it cannot be doing this. And the surveys are showing a very low, we can say 25% of the population is supporting the NATO membership for the country. So this is not a plan for Moldova, at least at the moment. But obviously the country is trying to invest in the security, which again is not being fully explored because of the lack of funds. And therefore the support from Germany and other NATO member states in terms of providing with non-lethal equipment and assistance in general is crucial for the country. So the securitization of the European accession process is something that we have to talk about, because the EU is going to invest in security of its member state as well as those that are becoming candidate states, and Moldova can benefit from that as well. And here I will stop.
Yeah, please. Before we move further, I think Gerlinde has a small intervention.
I thought I'd just come in on the Ukraine topic, inspired by what you said. And first, let me say, I mean, from the NATO side, we pay immense tribute and should honor what Ukrainians have been doing ever since they are defending their country. Is amazing. The bravery, the commitment, the stamina you have. So it really makes us humble on what you are doing. And I really would wish that something like 56 partners who have been supporting Ukraine, including all the NATO nations, but also other partners such as Japan, Australia, to mention just a few, they would really give Ukraine what it needs to win at its own terms. Right now, over the past years, what has been happening is that they have been given Ukraine enough to survive. But there's a difference between surviving, more or less badly, or winning. So, because if you don't win, and you're absolutely right, the fallout will be not only on Ukraine, the fallout will be on a worldwide scale. Yeah, because then on the NATO side, our investment in defense and deterrence has to grow even further, because when Russia has won in Ukraine, it will be emboldened to take further action. Make no mistake. Yeah, and it will require something like 6 to 8 years to fully militarily regenerate itself, and then will come the next wave of aggression. Yeah, so on the NATO side, we would have to invest more in defense and deterrence. There will be more instability, derailing, certainly in the Black Sea region. There will be more meddling in places like Georgia, in Moldova, in the Western Balkans. There's a colleague here from Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, to mention just a few. But it goes further. China and Taiwan. I mean, China is watching what goes on in Ukraine. And if they realize that Russia is winning in Ukraine, they will be encouraged to take further steps vis-à-vis Taiwan. Latin America, Maduro is already threatening since a while to annex part of neighboring Guyana. Guess where he takes the inspiration from? So I think the ramifications, the domino effect of Russia winning in Ukraine will be felt on a worldwide scale. And I keep on just drumming this drum to make clear to our political leaders that what is at stake is a historic decision. And we should finally, when it comes to the West, have the courage to formulate a coherent containment strategy vis-à-vis Russia. What we have been doing so far is an escalation avoiding strategy. We need to move away from that. We need a coherent containment strategy vis-à-vis Russia, and that would also have an angle for the Black Sea region.
Let's switch to the Black Sea security. As it was mentioned in the opening remarks, it seems that even leading European countries has no concrete strategies about this issue, and we know, let's say ironically, that Russia has already resolved some spots in Black Sea, and including Ochemchire, small seaside, Georgian city in occupied Abkhazia. I would like to approach maybe to all participants, and starting from Ambassador Gigiadze. What should our countries and maybe institutions represented here to do to be in advance of Russia's action now?
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to just say a few words what has already been mentioned. This policy of going hand in hand, EU and NATO integration is great, would be great, but unfortunately this government, the ruling party of Georgia, has removed NATO from its agenda since the very beginning, since 2012. So NATO has not been a topic for this government. So this is the part of the accommodation policy of Russia. So it will be difficult for us, but of course after 26th of October we hope that the situation will drastically change and will return to the normal, to the very close relations with NATO and the European Union. With regard to the Russia's influence in the Black Sea, of course we see that influence was growing very rapidly until 2022, not in Russia's invasion, and Russia is now trying to hide its military assets on Georgia's territory, like in occupied Abkhazia. They are developing the Ochemchire port, which was mentioned, and in that regard, I think that we need also very clear understanding, clear policy from the NATO and EU countries, and we need very strong messaging with regard to the Georgia's future, with regard to our sovereignty, our territorial integrity, our we need strong support for continuous strong support to defend our freedom. 26th of October will be decisive for our country. Never before has Georgia faced the existential threat, because never before the ruling party, the government, has questioned the will of the people, the absolute majority of the people. In Georgia only has the absolute majority of the population has supported for the last 33 years the EU and NATO integration. The support has been never as high as it was the last year, notwithstanding the Russian propaganda, notwithstanding the disinformation coming from the ruling party. Actually, the support for the joining both organizations has increased. Now I think it will be very important to follow the upcoming elections very closely from your perspective, from the international perspective, because if we will have the same situation as it was during the last parliamentary elections, when the following wording was more or less present, that there were some shortcomings, but and there were some violations, but it will be devastating for Georgia. So therefore, I think our plea to international community would be to be very strict this time, to be very, very watchful, very, very thorough, and very precise this time to follow the developments in our country, and to watch these particular elections from very close perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I suggest you have a remark, Karolina, and then we. And then we move to Bartek.
No, I don't think is it working? Is it working? Yeah. Okay. No, I think we are all watching. I mean, the EU will be watching the elections very closely, and NATO will be watching the elections very closely. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's up to the Georgians to make up their minds. I mean, if there is again a majority for the Georgian dream, well then, I mean, I'm afraid you miss. The train will be moving forward, and it may be without you. So I mean, really, I mean, get clear on what is at stake. It's huge. Yeah. On the NATO side, I mean, I mentioned the substantial NATO-Georgia package. Nations in NATO headquarters are talking about going on a review process, meaning they would want to review whether they want to continue supporting Georgia to the level they have been doing it over the past decades. So make no mistake. I mean, it's not a given that the international community will continue to engage with Georgia the way it has been over the past years or decades. I mean, the EU has practically already put into the fridge the enlargement process because no new chapters are being opened. Yeah. So you have it in your own hands.
Thank you. Can I reply? We have full understanding of that. We have absolutely clear understanding for that, and we know that everything will depend upon the Georgian people's wish. But at the same time, we have already very strong feeling that there will be tendency that this government will try to be to falsify the elections. I would say that directly. So we have a very strong feeling that they're already preparing to announce the numbers which they want to have. So all made surveys until now show that they don't have the majority for the victory. All the independent surveys, which are blamed by the Georgian Dream government, that they are not true. But we see that people this time will vote for the future of this country, which is the European Union, which is the Western civilization. So therefore, what I said, it will be very important this time to be very, very clear and to the point, very precise what will happen on 26th of October. Because if there will be something like what happened last time, if there will be half eye closed on the elections, and if they will say that okay, there were some shortcomings, but in general, it shouldn't happen ever again, because it allowed them, it empowered them to bring us to the point where we are right now, to the point where we're losing our European and NATO perspective. We're losing everything, actually. And therefore, it will be very important this time to be very clear on every single small violation which will take place on 26th of October. Thank you.
Just about the strategy you mentioned. I've been working many years in the EU. I was working at the beginning when the Eastern Partnership was created, and I very well remember how it was created and why. And at the beginning, there was an invention by Nicolas Sarkozy of the so-called Mediterranean Union. And everybody in the east of the EU was scared that it will completely, the region will be forgotten in the east. So immediately, we have to invent Eastern Partnership, I mean Poland, Sweden, Czech Republic, and so on, yeah.
Do we say thanks to Mr. Sarkozy? Or?
So one important point, strategy needs advocates, and second, strategy needs money, and the EU today does not have money for this, so we have to come to the conclusion that we need 2% of our GDP spent on the EU, not 1%. It is small amount of money because the needs are so strong.
So very clear words. Thank you. In the beginning, I was thinking we were giving thanks to Mr. Sarkozy, but after this, very clear words. Thank you for this, Bartek. Dennis, you would like to comment on?
Yeah, I just wanted to make some clarifications because it was mentioned that Georgia cannot open new chapters. Georgia didn't really start the negotiation talks as, for instance, is the case of Ukraine and Moldova, but even so, none of these two countries have opened any chapters. So we are still at the beginning. We are screening. We are doing the bilateral screening, and then we will decide which will be the chapters that have to be opened. Most likely it will be rule of law related chapters because they're the most painful for both of our countries due to the judiciary situation. In Ukraine with constitutional court, in Moldova with the entire judiciary system. But now speaking about the finances, that something that our Polish friend mentioned, I think that what the EU really needs is its soft power and credibility. And I'm sorry, but the EU has been spending a lot of time and resources in order to actually lose credibility, because when it is not reacting to certain trends that are taking place, for instance, in Georgia, we are speaking about oligarchic regime for more than 10 years, and no decision has been taken until we didn't reach this point, deadlock. So there are ways in which the EU can prevent certain events and should react and should not use dual standards. When I mean dual standards is that if the EU is punishing Moldova for having an oligarchic regime, then it should do so in case of Georgia, and this was not happening. So the soft power and the credibility of the EU is a very important element of this game, because the EU is using the mistakes Russia is using the mistake of the EU. And it's not only about money, it's not only about strategy, it's also about the current operations that the EU is performing and the way it is using conditionality and in the way it is implementing sanctions, which unfortunately are not enforced properly. So that is why Russia has the capacity to wage war on Ukraine if we talk about what can be done more. So the EU has tools, it's only about how it is using them and how it actually increases its soft power. If it doesn't have soft power, I'm sorry, then it will be Russia that is going to be using hybrid warfare quite successfully, efficiently, in order to have backsliding in Georgia, and most likely a very inspirational example for the forces that are learning from the experience of Georgia right now, and already are talking with the same narrative that we hear here in Tbilisi from the Georgian Dream.
Thank you, Denis. Before Bartek starts, I guess Reimer was on the line. And before Reimer starts, I would like to ask Jordan and Paul, if you would like to intervene at some moment, just raise your hands with this Zoom tool. We will see you and then pass the word to you. So thank you, and please, Reimer.
Denis, under the EU's watch, Poland happened and Hungary happened. So having now the pretension that it's seeing to Georgia, that's maybe an illusion under the current circumstances. But back to your basic question on strategies, and from the Romanian perspective, what I observe, I believe that Romania is, with the war, it's in an acceleration process, having our own strategy and developing strategies. So I started maybe with the defense and with the Patriots and having more and more NATO on the ground. But also energy security is an important issue, what we didn't tackle. Our Bulgarian counterpart talked a little bit about this cable, but Romania is starting to having with Kazakhstan, also not the most democratic country, but also having a strategic partnership on energy, but start to build up their own capacities. So in a couple of years, Romania will be a full energy provider in the region, and giving energy to the entire region. That means also security. And it was a strategic plan, because this offshore Neptune deep sea project was delayed, and now the two state energy companies joined together to build these offshore gas facilities, and that will assure for a decade the gas in Romania. And I just see the news that they're on time. So in a couple of years they will supply with gas not just Moldova or Romania, but also Bulgaria or Hungary. And that's something new. Also, they are aiming now to build up the nuclear energy capabilities by Chernobyl 3 and 4. So, and this will also ready in a couple of years. So with these joint facilities and with green energy and so on, they will be a NATO energy supplier in the region, and that's also in the strategic plan of the country.
I guess Bartek was on the line. Okay, Jordan, please.
Yeah, a couple of issues from my side. First, about enlargement. Enlargement is and will be one of the most important policy of both NATO and EU. And I'm happy to tell you that European Commission announced that it will start negotiations for accession of Albania to European Union, which is very positive. Unfortunately, North Macedonia was kind of decoupled from Albania. But there is a clear path for membership, which goes through implementation of all agreements, yeah, this is small remark about enlargement. But what is important here to see, in some countries we see kind of ups and downs of this enlargement process, and it's important to understand what are the reasons for that. Seems one of the reasons is malign activities, propaganda, misinformation coming from Russia, because enlargement process, of course, is not in an interest of Russia. So our goal should be to better understand how to support countries which are striving for this enlargement process, first to keep the level of interest. Second, to diminish these malign activities of Russia. I can tell you that due to disinformation, propaganda coming from Russia, the attitudes of Bulgarian people towards Ukraine is changing over time, and now we see that support even for Russia is growing, again due to propaganda. And my last remark here would be security. We have to try to solve all security-related issues. Otherwise, we won't be able to use the potential of countries or in the region. No big projects will be realized without providing necessary measures against, as I mentioned, Russian activities in the Black Sea, free-floating sea mines, and others, let alone we see the decline of foreign investments in the region. So again, we have to see what NATO and EU at this stage can do in order to provide better security, in order to give possibility of development of functioning economy, democratic institutions, etc., etc., etc.
Thank you. Yeah, there were Bartlomew and then Gerlinde and then Svetlana, please.
Just response to Denis. Of course, we can improve a lot in the EU, but don't overestimate the EU. It has all the problems that has organization of 27 states, in which if you can voice something, it's a minimum consensus, really. So the biggest dynamic that changes something is on the national level, not on the EU level. The EU can help in triggering changes, but it will not replace. And one more very interesting example regarding enlargements, how enlargements can work or cannot work. And take a look into Slovakia case. You mentioned 1999 enlargement. Slovakia was not there. Why? Because they had Vladimir Mečiar. And only when they changed the government, decided to take decisive action towards NATO, they became a member. But it was not NATO that wanted Slovakia to join. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, 3 points. Just picking up on what I heard on the mines. I have to keep the finger all the time. Okay, the finger on the pulse. Right. So 3 points on the mines under the NATO umbrella. Actually, the three.
You see, I told you at the beginning.
They are everywhere. So, thank you. So on the mines under the NATO umbrella, the three Black Sea countries. I mean, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania recently formed a mine countermeasure task force. So cognizant of the issues. So there is something being done about it. under the umbrella in order to try to help clear the Black Sea from sea mines, which clearly also threaten Ukrainians' export, the humanitarian corridor, where it exports its grain to the world. Then second, on the EU enlargement, I think in over the decades, really, I think we have seen three scenarios. I mean, scenario number one, and now I'm looking at EU and NATO. Scenario number one, that NATO has been functioning as, if you wish, the antesala of a then following EU enlargement. The case of Spain, and the case of the Western Balkans to a degree, because if you compare the Western Balkans, I mean, there are many more countries already in NATO, case of Albania, than in the EU. And I think now, at least that's my personal interpretation, we may be, and I'm kind of contradicting what you just said, I think we may be witnessing a scenario which would actually be conducive to another sequencing, namely EU integration first, and then NATO integration. So at least I think that would be the more viable policy option than trying to do it like we had in the Big Bang enlargement, 2004, 2007, where it happened more or less in parallel. So that on the enlargement strategic choreography, if you wish. And then on, because you also touched upon on the Black Sea, a potential Black Sea strategy, which is being talked about and written about fairly intensely in recent 2 or 3 years, I would say. I mean, I saw many papers on that. Now, and there were many good ideas in these papers. There was, however, one thing I was missing in all of them, namely to reflect how to anchor a future Black Sea security strategy in the already existing NATO strategic thinking. So if it's done in isolation from what we have in the strategic concept, what we have in the concept for the deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area, what we have in the regional plans, and then what we have as NATO under the cooperative security work with partners, then such a Black Sea strategy will simply not be an added value. It will be a dislocation. So I'm just saying that if anyone embarks on a strategic thought or a strategic thought paper for the Black Sea security strategy, then I think it needs to be cognizant of the entire strategic planning from the NATO side.
Thank you, Gerlinde. Just
to add, and it needs to include also Ankara, because we don't mention a lot Turkey here, and yeah. But we don't have in this moment, I believe, this kind of strategy.
Yeah, thank you. So just to keep the order of appearance, it is Svetlana, then Paul, and then Denis. We see that there is actually Bartek mentioned that the cooperation between NATO and EU should be improved. On one side, on the other side, both speakers told us about different choreography of the enlargement of both institutions. So thank you for this, for your positions, and Svetlana, please, the word to you.
Thank you. I just want to say that from Ukrainian perspectives, we see no other alternatives than NATO enlargement. Without NATO enlargement, without Ukraine and other Black Sea countries within NATO, nobody, no institution will secure Black Sea. Black Sea matters a lot from Russia because it's like also cornerstone of control over the world and also part of their strategy to be great power. And without NATO membership and without Article 5, it will not work out. We all remember, as you mentioned, this grain initiative. Russia just stopped all Ukrainian ship transit through the Black Sea. We had Turkey, we had different initiative that allowed us at the end to ship our vessels with grain through the Black Sea. But Turkey guaranteed, did they work? Of course not. We need initiative of G7 ambassadors and G7 countries. It became worse and worse, and without membership we don't believe that Black Sea will be secure and stable part of the world, and we really need to have stability at the Black Sea.
Thank you. Paul, you would like to intervene?
Yes, just a few words because we talk a lot about NATO integration, EU integration. Just a few things that were not mentioned in terms of EU integration that at least are being both considered, but actually also do happen in practice. The issue of gradual integration or phased integration, let's say, in some sectors. In a way, we do already see this happening. So while the countries get candidate status, while they're doing the screening, preparing for negotiations. We do have Ukraine, Moldova joining several EU programs. So it is, in a way, it is happening. This phased integration. It is happening, let's say, in real life, and we'll likely see more of it. Whereas I think we cannot expect any sort of very quick or any big enlargement happening very quickly. We will see more of this phased and gradual integration. And again, unfortunately, I will link it again with Georgia, which has made really a lot of steps in the last decade. And some 14 years ago, I was in the External Action Service, and the EU was negotiating the association agreement with Georgia. I was in that team, and it's quite sad for me to see all the backtracking and all this work being destroyed actually, and by the current decision makers in Tbilisi. Work of also hundreds of Georgian public service workers, civil society people that worked for this. And in Brussels, I mean, we're not talking about what Georgia, what new program, what opportunities could open for Georgia, but in the last resolution of the European Parliament, we had the issue of asking for the Commission to analyze if the developments in Georgia in terms of legislation, illiberal legislation, was their impact on the visa-free regime. We had afterwards the Council bringing up also that possibility. So instead of looking for the future to develop relations, we are seeing that we can also, go back. The more for more, less for less principles. So if countries are going really in a direction that's not that of the EU, they can also lose some of the benefits that they have gained over time, which is of course not what Brussels wants, not what the EU wants, but they are also obliged to react to what's happening in the country. And you've seen maybe even tougher reactions from the US side with sanctions, with the Georgian Prime Minister being disinvited from some events. So we just hope that these developments are also seen in Georgia, because if not, the consequence would be that Georgia would just lose years of development due to some really ill-advised decisions.
Thank you. Dennis, please.
Yeah, I think that I want to talk about 2 points. One is related to exactly what has been mentioned about what Georgia and others can lose. And in case of Georgia, unfortunately, it's not only about several years that you are losing, or you will have to catch up in order to catch up with Moldova and Ukraine. if they stay as well on the positive track. It's also about losing such opportunities as a visa-free regime, which is very likely given the latest laws that have been adopted on human rights, LGBT particularly, and the civil society organizations. So it's more than just having a frozen candidate status. It's going back of like 10 years at least, more or less. A decade and lose a decade and then start from scratch on some issues. And then the other aspect that I wanted to touch upon is related to the well-managed expectations. I know that we all want to be in the EU as soon as possible, and many countries in the EU would like to see the 3 DCFTA countries as part of the European project, but we have to be realistic. And I mean, I already mentioned about the economic dysfunctions in certain countries, and I think that this is super important if you want to really have a positive public support for the European integration process that cannot take place only at the level of elites. It should involve the populations, and the populations should be taken care of from the perspective of social economic benefits that they have to receive in order to be open to accept the infusion of EU norms and other aspects of the European integration. So in this regard is just what I wanted to really bring to the attention is the recent tensions that have been taking place between Poland and Ukraine, the quarrel that we saw between Sikorsky and Zelensky, the fact that Sikorsky was very realistic about saying that maybe Ukraine will need at least 10 years like Poland in order to be a member state, and then that was of course something that Zelensky didn't want to hear about because of the war that is taking place in Ukraine. So this kind of approach of being realistic and managing the expectations is another skill that we have to learn if we want to be on track as well as not be delusional, because I think that delusionment is exactly one of the risks that we can face if we don't see through the realities on the ground.
Thank you. I would like, before we go to the audience for the questions, I would like to ask one more question. I hope it's not too provoking. We were figuring out if there is any Russian presence in the microphones. I hope not, but there is obvious presence of Russians in the Black Sea. So is Black Sea a Russian sea? And my question would be actually to all of us who would like to start and then to continue. Black Sea Fleet of NATO, is it an issue? Is it an instrument for the enlargement of NATO and European Union? So please, whoever would like to start to kick off the round.
Others can contradict or add something. So on the Black Sea, is it a Russian sea? Well, I would say that's certainly what the Russians would want. I mean, they want to dominate the Black Sea and the Black Sea region, because that's the way they consider it to be as their sphere of influence. For them, it's also a springboard to the Mediterranean. They use it for their meddling in Syria and elsewhere. So, and what we have seen, at least since 2010 or 11, is a very strategic reinforcement of the Russian presence in the Black Sea, at a time where there was no such strategic view on the NATO side. Mind you, this has changed now, but certainly Russia aspires to be the dominant actor to control the Black Sea region. Do they do this today? I would say no. And this is largely thanks to the Ukrainians. Yeah, and to a degree also to Turkey, to the Ukrainians, because although they hardly have a navy, I think that you have only one ship or two, few ships, because you lost it to the Russians in 2014. Ukraine has been very successful in pushing back the Russian Black Sea fleet to Sevastopol. Yeah? So if the Russian dominance in the Black Sea is curtailed these days, is largely thanks to Ukraine, but it's also, I should say in all fairness, thanks to Turkey, with Turkey being the sort of the guardian of the Montreux Convention. on the request of Ukraine, shortly after the outbreak of the war, they basically stopped the addition of warships coming to the Black Sea, and that meant Russian warships. In parentheses, although they didn't do that just before the war began, just before they even allowed the Russians to get some ships into the Black Sea, on very strange grounds. So, but ever since then, I mean, Turkey is preventing the accession of more warships into the Black Sea. Now, what could be a scenario is, because other nations such as the US also could not now, under the Montreux Convention, send ships or military ships to the Black Sea. But what could happen is, and that's an option, we could work towards reinforcing the navies of Romania and Bulgaria, because they are riberaine countries. So that would be under the Montreux Convention feasible. So that is the Black Sea a Russian sea? Sorry, what was the other question you had? I forgot this by now.
So is it like Black Sea Fleet of NATO? Would it be an instrument of enlargement?
Now on that one, NATO, other than fleets from the Riveranian countries, we cannot send any warships into the Black Sea because the Montreux Convention is basically blocking it. Yeah. Now, having said that, that does not stop NATO from watching what goes on in the Black Sea. Yeah, because I mean we have a presence clearly in Romania, Bulgaria, so there is a way of watching what is happening in the Black Sea. But we currently have no ships in the Black Sea as NATO.
Because you mentioned it, Romania has basically no fleet. Bulgaria has basically no fleet, and that's a reality. And I intended to start in the same line with an old Yerevan joke, you know, about how big is the Soviet Union, and the answer is how big the Soviet Union want to be. So that's even the Russian philosophy today for the Black Sea. So we are in line with this. Of course, there are questions, and it is a good question because I just mentioned from energy security perspective that Romania is willing to build and started to build the offshore gas facilities. So if we have in offshore, and we also had sabotage acts, if you will have there a sabotage acts, will Article 5 function in this case? I see not, because it's a tricky question, it's offshore, even if it's a Romanian company there. So they will be new questions that will be raising in the Black Sea from this security perspective. Luckily, of course, Ukraine is defending, and Odessa plays a key role in this. We see the trade routes affected for the grains from Ukraine, but Romania had no problem to assure a free trade for the Ukrainian grains on terrestrial routes. That was an alternative, but not a real one. And luckily, with Turkey. I see, or maybe it's a hope, that we will have some changes on the treatments and what is happening after the war, because no one is now. 3 years ago, we didn't knew what is happening and how we will changing, and I see it coming with a NATO naval presence in the Black Sea. Somehow I see it coming.
The horizon is shiny, Reimer. Please, Svetlana.
Thank you. Coming back to your question, is Black Sea Russian Sea? I think thanks to Ukrainians, not yet. We could destroy a Black Sea fleet without ships. But what would be Russian strategy next for Black Sea? What is going to happen next? We don't know. Will we succeed to defeat Russia in the Black Sea alone? It's also a question which we cannot answer, and it's why we need the more active presence of our partners at the Black Sea.
If I may add a couple of words.
Okay. Yeah, please, Jordan, and then Gigi.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, of course, about 1/3 of Russian Navy is sunk or damaged. Russia is moving its fleet to other ports. But what is important to keep in mind, Russia still has predominant military capability in the Black Sea, comparing to aggregated NATO capabilities of Bulgaria, Romania, Turkey, plus, let's say, partners. Russia still has submarines, Russia still has missiles, anti-air missiles, anti-ship missiles. So Russia still keeps kind of dominance. We have to bear this in mind, and we have to think how to compensate this. There are different ways. Unfortunately, Bulgaria, Romania won't be able to upgrade military capabilities in short term. Even Turkey doesn't have enough capabilities to counter all Russian potential threats. Well, what is important, it is to develop capabilities for better intelligence, surveillance, undersea infrastructure protection measures, and not only undersea, I mean, in general, in infrastructure. So we have to think in all complexity how to develop this necessary capabilities, and that's why we are insisting on let's say integrated approach or comprehensive approach. Doesn't mean regionalization of NATO, but having in mind all these risks and threats here in the region, I think we shall combine our efforts.
Thank you. Please, Gigi.
Thank you. Just to reply very, very briefly, I think it shouldn't be seen, I mean, it should be seen very correctly. Russia would like to see Black Sea as its own sea, but in reality, it's more the NATO sea, it's EU sea more than anything else. So therefore, the perception should be coming from that. I mean, EU and NATO should develop a concrete strategy towards the Black Sea and to claim the Black Sea for its own sake. So therefore, Russia should not be allowed to expand. And of course, Russia needs to lose the war, and this defeat should be very clear, and including, of course, Crimea. After that, I think the things will settle down.
Thank you. If there is no more remark towards Black Sea Fleet, yeah, one more from that, and then Marta.
Yeah, just I think that our colleagues mentioned the critical infrastructure, and I believe that the gas, in general, the flows of commodities and goods across Black Sea is something that should be taken off, because what we saw is that there is an intention from the NATO member states to ensure alternative routes for Ukraine. For instance, now it's taking place through the economic zones of Romania, Bulgaria, so this can be safely done. But what we do in case of unclear peace talks with Russia. So if there is unclarity about the security, then we put at risk not only what we have at the moment, I mean the critical infrastructure that exists, but also the future projects. And the undersea cable that we discussed on several occasions today is going to be compromised if we don't ensure a security mechanism which will involve both NATO and the EU, because the EU is paying money for those projects. They are safe and they are functional against any interference from the Russian side.
I remember, and I checked it now, we have in 2023 from the US Congress a Black Sea Security Act. And in this Security Act, they aim to have a rotation naval army force, even with the Montreux Convention. So it's, but it depends on the US, you know, if they ensure a little bit more security.
Sorry, I just on that one. Yes, the US has reinforced its presence in Romania, but that's on land. Yeah. So that's the Montreux Convention refers to the sea, yeah. So and yes, there is more presence in Romania from the US, as there is more presence from NATO in Romania, because we now have the battle groups in Romania and Bulgaria. That's what I referred to before as the reinforced deterrence and defense posture. So on land, yes. In the air, yes. What is lagging behind is the presence at sea, because that is sort of subject to the Montreux Convention, which is where Turkey is the guardian, yeah, and where Turkey says that that ships which are belonging to the parties at war, i.e., Ukraine and who would then help Ukraine, meaning NATO nations, will not get access to the Black Sea. So that's the sea level. So we need to distinguish.
That's the today's act. But they put in the strategy that they intend.
Just one other thought on the Black Sea NATO members. I mean, it would be, at least from where I'm sitting, it would be really helpful if, perhaps with lead from Romania, those three countries would try to get more onto the same page. Because historically, they have not necessarily been on the same page. I mean, Bulgaria with a tradition of, let's say, somewhat closer ties to Russia. Something similar can probably be said about Turkey with its own vision about its own sort of regional power role. So if these three countries, as I said, perhaps with the leadership from Romania, could help to forge a common view of what a Black Sea strategy could deliver, that would be really helpful.
So thank you for your insights and for such a sharp discussion. And to make it more interactive, I think that we can get questions from our audience. There is.
Thank you so much. I bring a perspective from the Atlantic, from Portugal, and you know how key we are for NATO due to the Azores Island, to our friends from South Caucasus and Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. And it has to do with something that our friend from Romania, Wagner, was just mentioned. And I want to bring this, I know we're not going to discuss it now, but we have two terrible scenarios coming from the United States. One is if Trump wins, and we're not going to go in that because we know what happens. But the second one, this is my warning for all the people here making this difference, is that even if the Democratic candidate wins, they have to have the trifecta between the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the White House. If the Republicans, and this new generation of Republicans, this MAGA, America First, if they have one of the branches of government, we in Europe, Eastern Europe, Caucasus, we have to get ready for a lot of resistance regarding NATO. And we just saw that with Ukraine, because we saw how hard it was to have a package of help, because it was delayed and delayed and delayed in the House of Representatives due to the Republican majority. So just a warning for all of us here that concerned about Europe and the future of Europe and the European Union and NATO. We have to get ready for what will happen in November. I'm sure you will know this, but keep this in mind. Even if the Democrats won, the Republicans will become and continue to be an obstacle for this kind of progress. Thank you.
Romain, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Romain Lequignou, I'm from France. My question is partly related also to your question, because it's linked to the US presidential election. I know I'm from France, so we have maybe a different view on Turkey and our relationship with this country. But I'm very open to have more cooperation with Turkey. The problem is how to deal with a at least partly irredentist and revisionist country when it comes to international relations. And my point is to say that if Mr. Trump is coming back to power, Turkey, among other players, will see it as a green light to be openly revisionist when it comes to international relations, so how we do it. And my second question, very brief, is mostly linked to one creative idea I heard from Romania to overpass the Montreux Convention would be maybe to bring some ships through the Danube. Is it possible, not possible? Will we be blocked by pro-Russian government in Vienna, Bratislava or Budapest? That's my provocative question. Thank you.
maybe you can specify whom you address, or is to the whole round?
The first one mainly to
Ms. Neos, yeah.
the second one, whoever wants to take it.
Okay, fine. So first Ms. Neos, and then second one, whoever wants to take it.
You know, okay, I don't have a crystal ball like none of us, but let's just share some thoughts on this hypothetical scenario. So Trump wins or Kamala Harris wins. So if Trump wins, I think we're from the NATO angle, there are sort of three scenarios in the at least as a hypothesis. Worst case scenario, he comes back with the line NATO is obsolete, which he used before. So when he was first time president. Or he does sort of NATO à la carte, a line he has been using, not with these terms, but he has been using recently also to say, well, I will only defend those nations in NATO who are investing 2% of its BIP. And if you don't do this, you are delinquent. That's the term he used. And at one point, he even said, I will then invite the Russians to do the hell whatever they want. So NATO à la carte. And then the other scenario, the third one, which is being contemplated in some of the sort of very conservative think tank community, which close to him, is the term dormant NATO. So with that, what they mean in essence is that the US would withdraw from NATO except the nuclear umbrella and the naval presence. So you would still have the the US Harry S. Truman in the Mediterranean, but everything else would basically be gone. So the land forces would go. So none of these scenarios is particularly reassuring. But the main issue for NATO probably will be the unpredictability. Yeah, because it will be difficult to know where he's going. So there will be, in that case, probably a lot of nervousness in the organization. If the Democrats, if Kamala Harris wins, less nervousness because more predictability. I mean, her security advisor since a while, Phil Gordon, is kind of reassuring to most allies. Phil Gordon knows Europe very well. And speaks several European languages, has written about European defense or security themes. So there will be much more continuity and more predictability in this scenario. However, under both scenarios, whether it's Trump winning or Kamala Harris winning, the pressure on European allies and Canada to invest more on defense will remain high. So in that sense, there won't be any difference. The tone will be different, more diplomatic in one sense, but the pressure will be there, and for good reason. Because if you look right now, I mean, 80% of NATO defense spending, 80% or close to 80%, comes from non-EU allies, i.e. the US, Turkey, and UK, close to 80%. And from the 80%, 67 comes from the US. Yeah, so the pressure on EU will on the European allies will remain high. On the Danube, I think that's an interesting idea. So let's explore that. I mean, I have no technical insights on the depths and the widths of the Danube, whether that would actually allow this type of ships to go through. But at least I think it's worth exploring. Thank you. Okay, so you know this. I just wanted to make a
Yes, thank you very much. First and foremost, let's not forget Montreux Convention speaks about warships belonging to non-riparian states. So in the moment a military ship flies flag of Romania and Bulgaria, it's not subject to the restrictions. Second, I don't know where you heard this story with the ships coming to the Danube. At this moment, the Danube allows only, I mean, concerning military ships, I doubt that it will receive more. But anyway, if Romania commissions, let's say in Germany, Netherlands, or France, a warship, when it comes, it's a Romanian ship, and so once again, it's not subject to the restrictions. So I think it will have a long way to wait here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If no more comments on this question, then gentlemen, please. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Eugene Gorgan, and I'm defense and security expert living in Tbilisi. So I have 3 very brief comments to all of you. First of all, you spoke very much about strategy and strategic concepts. What I didn't hear from you about implementation of this business. Because we can write books about strategy and strategic concepts. When it comes to implementation, have a nice day, goodbye. Now, the second point, I think it's very important to emphasize that for the EU and NATO, strength is in our unity. Because from Moscow's side, when there is a chance of inflicting or making troubles for EU and NATO, that they will always look for something that is called disunity. So we spoke about today in the morning about the Austrian elections, and that's exactly a case of disunity. And for Moscow, it's a very good tool to inflict a problem for the EU and NATO. And the last point is, it's very much related to Tbilisi, Georgia. A Polish colleague spoke about the very early stage of Polish accession to the EU, and you spoke about basically a combination of political elites and population. What is really missing in Georgia? There is a political elites that have absolutely nothing to do with the population. Population of Georgia doesn't really understand what it's all about. Your ticking box, it's a very easy business, but you have to explain them. The ticking box is good for you as well. It's not only for the sake of EU or NATO. Because if they don't see it that way, they will be reluctant to come forward. So they must be really persuaded from the starting point that they see for themselves a benefit and not a doubting benefit, what is going to happen to their country. If they see it like that, then I think there is a potential change. And I'm very, very cautious on that particular point of a potential change, because it takes a very long time to convince people on the ground to follow you. Because A, they're reluctant, they are suspicious, and C, they simply don't trust you. Why should we trust you, European Union, or NATO? You told us back to Bucharest 2008 that one day in the future Georgia will become. Well, we're in 2024, 16 years later, and where we are, and where is NATO? So, and the problem is, it's not only right now related to Georgia, it's also related to the neighboring country, Armenia. So what basically it produces is a kind of a chain reaction. Chain reaction means a huge expectation in a country neighboring Georgia that if Georgia's moving along the road, we may have a chance to move together. But if Georgia is not moving along the road, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So it was a comment, not a question. If someone would like to reflect on it.
I take the first. So let me address the implementation of the NATO strategic concept, because I think that's more directed towards me. Now, implementation is never perfect or never done. However, I think many things have happened in real terms. I mean, NATO has doubled the number of battle groups, including now here in the region, and also the possibility to really scale them up to a bigger level, meaning more troops, yeah, if needed. The regional plans I was referring to before, one exists also for the south, meaning the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, allow SACEUR, the Supreme Commander Europe, and NATO nations and their forces to know exactly what they need to do, when and where. So it's not that The planning is a theoretical one. The planning is a very concrete scenario-based planning. And on those scenarios, NATO is also doing more exercises. I mean, the recent exercise, what was it, Defender, involved something like 80 or 90,000 troops, yeah, based on those regional plans. So that is being put in motion. The NATO has now something like 500,000 troops under high readiness. I mean, initially, I mean, NATO asked for 300,000. Nations have given 500,000 under high readiness. So much more than was asked for. And we have, by now, NATO has by now, in a way, a record number of NATO nations now finally meeting the 2% of investment in GDP, 23. You can always argue there are 32 nations, so there are 9 still out there in the well, not doing it, but at least the majority, 2/3, are meeting now the 2%, and some of those, including here Poland, is well above the 2%. Yeah, so I think things are moving in the right direction, but the job isn't done. Yeah, we cannot lean back on these laurels and say now it's all good. No, it's not. But to say nothing has happened on implementation is not quite the right picture either.
Well, Poland is 4.2% this year, 5% next year, and we will have the 3rd biggest army in NATO after US and Turkey. So it's an investment because at the same time my area, higher education, is really suffering. Just the remark about how the process comes, about the attitudes of elites and public opinion. It is both concentrated on the level of elites because elites are negotiating enlargement and how does it look like. And this is very much concentrated on elites, but at the same time, it is a societal process because at the end of the day, Polish people had to support it. And it was really hard work because Polish farmers were against the EU, despite the fact that this was the only group that benefited directly from the EU funds, but they were totally against. And at that time, it was 40% of people in Poland who lived in the countryside. So it was really hard work to convince them what was the decisive factor that almost all political forces find a compromise and spoke the same level. Some forces loved the EU much stronger, some less, but at the end of the day, they asked Polish people to get into the EU. And we had a pope, and Polish pope in the very last moment said, Europe needs Poland, Poland needs Europe. So it was very decisive voice. But we had a very interesting situation regarding accession to NATO, because when the debate was open, the Socialist Party, formerly Communist Party, it was the 2nd biggest force, and they were totally against NATO. And they turned around totally. It was also a consensus among Polish political elite that we should join NATO, and it was not so obvious to convince American administration, believe me. We put a lot of efforts because we had many influential people, Zbigniew Brzezinski, and many others in US, on influential position. Madeleine Albright, she was coming from Czech Republic. Yes. So we had a huge lobbying in US Congress to convince them to vote yes. So it is really, the enlargement process is really not easy, and the key factor is what, of course, you have in Georgia, in Ukraine, in Moldova, dramatically much more complicated situation. Poland changed, by the way, the constitution in 1997. So you know, this is, I know it has many implications, but the job must be done here in our countries, and NATO and EU can help or disturb also, as in case of Georgia it was mentioned, but we have to be aware that this is huge work of political elites and society, and this must be in unity. Otherwise, enlargement will not happen, and I can give you the example of my colleague from Serbia. Serbia is not there, and it should be there if the political elites would drive the country towards the EU. So this is not to blame. The EU committed many mistakes on that process regarding Western Balkans. But the first instance is the society and the political elites in the country.
Thank you, Bartek. I think for Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, it will be very, very difficult to get a pope for obvious reasons. But with this, to Denis, please.
Yeah, what I think that we can draw at the conclusion from excellent remark of the minister is that we see Georgia at a crossroad. Basically, it's about choosing either it will be potentially Serbia, because Serbia has a regime that is very similar to what we see in Tbilisi, but it's a member state, and it has transactional relations with the EU. It receives funds, pre-accession funds, and is doing quite well in this kind of like undetermined position. Both sides are somehow interested. The EU is not ready to really enlarge. The Serbian government is illiberal and is having deals with Russia. It's keeping the population with this depression about the EU, you know, less than 40%. Or you can have the situation of Moldova, which has been going through this disappointment in the EU. I should remind you about the fact that Moldova, from having 70% of public support for EU integration in 2010, it ended up with less than 50% because of the association that the population made between the EU and the oligarch regime that was you know, rallying around with the EU flags and using a lot of EU promotional you know, symbolism, which also was negatively hit on the EU side. So you can have these two versions, or you can have the Georgian way, which would be to actually really change the government and vote using those 80% of the population that is pro-EU and pro-NATO. So this is very unique in the region. I think that you can inspire both the Armenians and others. You can choose the Georgian way.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for this comment. I think there is a general understanding in the Georgian society that this is not just about the ticking boxes, as you mentioned, and everyone says that we need to develop our country in order to become better and not just to please European Union or someone else. I think there is a very clear vision of that. But unfortunately, as mentioned, we are now facing existential threat, and we are now, for the very first time, where we are facing oligarchic rule, which is absolutely incompatible with European values, with European way. So therefore, the elections are ahead. We need to move forward, and of course, to explain this properly is up to the elites. And there is absolute majority of the main oppositional parties have very clear vision with regard to where Georgia belongs to and what needs to be done. But situation is much more complicated since the current government. Since 12 years started to, they were positioning themselves as a pro-European party, but at the same time they were damaging the all democratic institutions in Georgia uninterruptedly. So now we are, when you look at the billboards of the ruling party, they say that with a dignity into the EU. So they still try to sell this EU message to the society of Georgia as if they would really care about the EU integration, as if they would really want to do it. So therefore, it's a little bit much more trickier than it looks at the first sight. So therefore, very important for everyone in the opposition now to explain properly to the Georgian society that with this government there will be no future in the EU. There will be no future with the NATO, and there will be no future at all, no European future of the Georgian society at all. So therefore, of course, I fully agree. The proper communication is the key in that process, as we hope that after 26th of October, everything in this country will not change, but to return to the normal state. Thank you.
Thank you for this discussion. I would like to add to Gigi's remark that the main asset for EU and NATO in Georgia is the population and its trust. So hope we won't lose it from the both sides. Thank you. And some final remarks from Shamil.
Yeah, thank you, dear distinguished guests and speakers. Thank you to the audience for your interest. On this note, I would like to invite you to the lunch, which we will have right now from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. And I invite you to be back to the conference hall at 2 o'clock again for the next panel on hybrid war. And also during the lunch there will be a possibility to put your thoughts. I again invite you to put your thoughts through a quiz game on our displays outside, and we will project this also to the main hall before the next panel starts. So enjoy your meal and enjoy your networking. Thank you.
Thank you.
ანუ ეს სხვა პანელი. ორი ონლაინ იქნება? იმიტომ და ეს იქნება. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I hope you enjoyed your meal and networking with your fellow colleagues. Thank you for being back to the second panel of the Black Sea Security Conference. The second panel is on hybrid war and geopolitics in the Black Sea region. And with this, I would like to invite the moderator of the first panel, George Melashvili, who will introduce to you our speakers and the topic in a more extended way, please.
Thank you, Shamil. So, apparently, as you have already realized, we decided to keep the most interesting part of the conference for the last part of it. I hope you enjoyed the lunch, which was very nice, and I believe that now we can move to the second panel, which is touching probably the most vivid topic in the geopolitical situation in the Black Sea region, and in general, in the broader sense in a way. So what we wanted to achieve with this specific panel was to make a bit of a zoom out from the Black Sea region. So we are not talking only about the Black Sea, and address the more global threats that the whole world is witnessing. But obviously, these threats are also being very visible in the Black Sea region, in the Caucasus, and in the wider Middle East region even that we are living in right now. So I'd like to invite the panelists to this panel, which is titled Hybrid War and Geopolitics, Ambassador Valery Chechelashvili, and the head of the International Republican Institute, John DePiro. Gentlemen, please. Thank you for joining us. But that's not the entire panel, because having only two of you would not be enough for us and for the audience. So we have two additional guests who will be joining us on these huge screens to the left and to the right. The first one will be Ms. Maria Golubeva from Zinc Network, the head of the USAID Information Integrity Program, who will be joining us online from Latvia. And the second one will be Mikhailo Samus, from the head of the New Geopolitics Research Network from Ukraine. When we were designing this panel, as I have already mentioned, we were planning to make kind of a zoom out. We've been talking about the Black Sea throughout the morning and throughout the afternoon. You've heard the long speech, but now I believe it should be more interesting for us to hear more about geopolitics, where we are now, and also about the hybrid threats. I'll start with Ambassador Chechelashvili. The floor is yours for the next 3-4 minutes. So please, share with us your thoughts about geopolitics and hybrid threats.
Thank you, George. It's very challenging to cover on 3-4 minutes geopolitics all over the world, and particularly here, which is a very complicated region of Black Sea. But I would like to start my statement with expressing sincere gratitude to German taxpayers who have been supporting Georgia for more than 33 years. And this is also a very good demonstration of this fact, this conference, which is very, very important. But I would like to say that this not only it's not a theoretical assistance. It's very concrete assistance. For example, last year, Georgia gained about $4 billion in touristic business, but it wouldn't have been possible without Batumi and Batumi Touristic Miracle. And I would like to remind the audience that we had systemic problem with water supply of Batumi. It was impossible because of low pressure, for water to go upper than 3rd floor. And now we have 44 skyscrapers, 12 thousands of them in Batumi with no problem. And that happened because of KfW supported the project of water supply renovation and rehabilitation in Batumi. So again, many thanks to German taxpayers, and of course to Embassy of Germany and Konrad Adenauer and Friedrich-Naumann-Stiftung for providing Georgia this assistance. Now, of course, we can talk hours about the geopolitics in the world, But I think that the consensus is emerging all over the world that the main threat to geopolitical stability and security is Russia. And in this way, of course, these are very complicated issues, the whole hybrid wars, geopolitics, but it's becoming more and more white and black, because we have the situation here, and not only in the Black Sea, but globally, that UN Security Council permanent member is brutally violating norms and principles of international law. And for those who were not certain about that, it became completely clear after 24 February 2022, when Russian Federation launched this barbaric invasion into Ukraine. And of course, this main geopolitical threat, main threat to geopolitical security and stability, which is generated in Russia, has its own implications in the Black Sea region, which I have to agree with His Excellency, German Ambassador, that Black Sea region is of strategic importance, but it is under-focused. And I hope that one of the conclusions we will make out of this conference will be further motivation for the European Union and NATO to put more focus on the Black Sea. Now, geopolitically, when we speak about the Black Sea, what matters? How many littoral states we have here? So, we all remember times when we had only 4 members, 4 littoral states of the Black Sea. It was time when late president of Turkey, Turgut Özal, launched his initiative of Black Sea economic cooperation, and then there were only 4 littoral states: Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, and the Soviet Union. And I think that President Putin was very happy with this configuration and is trying to do whatever he can in order to bring his country's position closer to this so-called reality. And that is why I think his main problem and his main goal is to control as much coastline as possible of the Black Sea. And this makes the geopolitical paradigm in Black Sea. And we are often saying that Russia occupies 20% of Georgian territory. But Russia occupies also 50% of Georgian coastline, 150 kilometers out of 300. And again, initial goal of his this barbaric invasion into Ukraine was cutting off Ukraine from the Black Sea and making a land corridor to Transnistria with all the respective consequences. He failed, but now he proudly, for example, declares in the State Duma that excuse me, that Azov Sea became the internal sea of the Russian Federation. So, but at the moment we have 6 littoral states. In reality, maybe 7, because I have to agree with the Romanian speaker from previous panel that Moldova geographically doesn't have access to coastal line of the Black Sea, but it has access of 400 meters to Danube, and the port Giurgiulești is functioning there. This is because of respective agreement which was signed by Ukrainian and Moldovan authorities. And in reality, actually, we have here not 6, but even 7 littoral states. Now, why Black Sea matters, and why this middle trade corridor, which I prefer to name as Central Transport Communication Corridor, matters, because it's the shortest way from emerging Eastern markets to the European Union and vice versa. and two countries to the north and to the south from this corridor space are sanctioned states, Russian Federation and Iran. But from geographical, climatic, and other points of view, it's the shortest way. It's very lucrative and should be very comfortable way. But again, here we have many problems, infrastructure, procedures, and so on. But what we have here is that this space between Caspian and Black Seas, which is a critical component of the middle corridor, central corridor, belongs to actually, or may be implemented by two countries, Azerbaijan and Georgia, and they are doing a lot of things. But of course, we need much more active interaction between these two countries in order to attract more interest to this transport communication, and this being a critical part of the central corridor. Now, in this slide, I have to say a couple of words about the Georgian election, because I believe that a lot of things have been said about Georgia, its critical and existential character of these elections for Georgia. This is true. But it is true not only for Georgia, I think that it is true also for the South Caucasus as a region. Because what kind of country Georgia will be, it will determine also what kind of space we will live in. I mean, the whole South Caucasus will be its space of stability and integration, or will it be a space of confrontation and hostilities. And of course, European Georgia, with the negotiations open for the membership, will be, on the one hand, very good support and very sustainable bridge for the European ambitions of Armenia. But on the other hand, it will contribute also to the important projects connecting Azerbaijan with the European Union. As for example, green energy cable, which was also mentioned in the previous panel, which is very important not only for European Union but also for Azerbaijan, Georgia, and other countries which may also join to this project, including, say, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan from the other part of Caspian Sea. With this, George, I would like to limit my statement, having in mind limits of time, and hope to have active discussion later on. Thank you.
Of course we shall. Thank you, Ambassador. Now I'd like to move to our online guests. I know that Maria, unfortunately, will not be able to stay with us throughout the whole panel, so I would like to move to Maria and ask for your introductory remarks about the geopolitics and hybrid warfare. I would also, yes, Maria.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you well and we can see you well.
Excellent. My greetings to the participants of the conference. I think it's highly important, both in terms of timing and in terms of topic, to discuss these issues now in Georgia and with the Georgian audience and with other Black Sea state representatives. It's highly important also that we put these geopolitical considerations into the context of narratives and perceptions, because, of course, the societal attitudes towards issues such as the integration into UN NATO, such as the geopolitical orientations of Black Sea states, all of these issues are defined not just by some kind of rationality, be it political or economic, but they are very much defined, as you very well know, by public perceptions and discourses that are current at the moment. And given that, of course, we shouldn't underplay the role of hybrid threats that are very present in the region. We all, I think, can name some examples of some forms of hybrid attacks or interferences, mostly on behalf of Russia, but not exclusively. in most Black Sea countries. And I think that looking from the perspective of Georgia in the autumn of 2024, we can, of course, say that many of the information manipulations, tendentious ideological narratives that are part of the Kremlin playbook are reflected quite often in the region through narratives that are amplified or crafted by local actors. This is the case also in Moldova. This is the case in many other places. The question is, how can and should we try to estimate the harm that is possibly being done, and or how can we counter manipulation and interference with some forms of resilience of society, civil society, the expert community, and ultimately public administration? I think it's quite important to make sure that we, first of all, cooperate across borders and look at what others are doing to counter such interferences and to counter information manipulations of all kinds. It is also quite important to map those interferences and information manipulations and to be able to link them to other forms of hybrid threats, which are, not all dealing with words and social networks. There are other forms of hybrid threats and attacks that are from time to time deployed, starting with all kinds of threats related to energy supply, as in the case of Moldova, and ending with all other possible forms of interference. So I think there are several things we as civil society and expert community can do to counter these threats in the region. I mean, I'm intentionally leaving out now the ways that state actors can do it, because that's quite clear. State actors have quite a big repertoire of instruments and tools at their disposal. But for civil society and expert community actors, I think it's highly important to coordinate, to compare, to use the same methodological tools to be able to identify and define and understand the scope of hybrid threats. There are, for example, various tools for information manipulation, starting with the Brookings breakout scale to understand to what extent this information operation is, say, local, small in scope, or is it large, or is it successful? Is it reaching its goals in terms of changing societal narratives and discourses? For example, away from NATO integration, away from European integration, and into some other geopolitical narrative. We are, of course, seeing many examples of these, quite successful, unfortunately, also in the case of Georgia, for example, related to the perception of Ukraine and the war in Ukraine, Russia's war in Ukraine, the perception of that as some kind of result of Western interference is a pure example of information manipulation, which I think has been played quite deftly, and it is rather similar to the Kremlin playbook, of course. But there are many other examples, which I'm sure you know. So I think it's quite important that, as I say, we coordinate, we compare what is being done, and we find tools and ways in which we can then counter this and build resilience in society against such narratives, which is much easier said than done. And I'm not, in this case, entertaining any illusions that we're always successful doing so, but I think as civil society and expert community, we should definitely be aiming and doing that, and when possible and where possible, of course, cooperating with public administration, state authorities. I think Ukraine has shown wonderful resilience in this case, wonderful examples of public administrations working together with civil society to counter some of these manipulations and Kremlin narratives. I think I will leave it at this and give more space for others and for the discussion.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you for raising these very important topics. I was recently listening to Dr. Timothy Snyder, who was talking to the Helsinki Commission, and one of his points about an empire was a very important point, that empires tend to dominate the information discourse. And Russia, being an empire of its own, it has always tried to dominate information and narrative discourse in all the countries that happen to be neighboring them. Whether these are the conflicts in Tkhinvali region or Abkhazia or Ukraine, they have always tried to create their own reality, their own information, their own narratives, and then everybody was put into a position of response. So I believe it is very important to be able to overcome this partially neo-colonial attitude from Russia and to be able to create our own narratives. I think that's also one of the ways how we can counter different attempts to malignly interfere with the narratives existing in these countries. And on this topic, I would also like to move to Mikhailo Samus, who is getting in touch with us from Kiev, and I'm extremely thankful and grateful for you that we were able to make this connection possible.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to give you my absolutely the best words for inviting me and having me in Tbilisi. Of course, I'd like to be physically there because I love Georgia and Georgian nation and my friends actually from the FNF. But unfortunately, I'm here. And I will give you the current understanding of what does it mean hybrid warfare, and actually in Ukraine how we understand it, because I think that unfortunately we are most experienced in it, and now we have the massive conventional war in our territory by Russians, and actually if we're talking about the understanding of hybrid war. For years, since 2014 in Ukraine, in our expertise, in our, let's say, researchers, we're using rather a new generation warfare than just hybrid warfare. I explain it because Russia very open use, since 2014, especially different tactics, including military, non-military, and the wide range of everything which possibly have a destructive impact on the nation. And actually, if we're talking about the national resilience, so ability of nation to continue to develop under the negative influence of your enemy, it means that you need to find a way how the nation, and we understand nation like a fusion of three elements. It's citizens, individual citizens, it's a civil society, and state as a service for citizens and civil society. This is Ukrainian understanding of the nation now, and we understand the national resilience as much as possible fusion of all of the three elements, components of the nation in the same understanding of national interests, national goals, of actually the how to create the most comfortable environment for individual citizens and civil society to develop, to live on country, on territory, or actually in Europe or other conditions. So if we're talking about the hybrid warfare or new generation warfare, Russia against Ukraine now in the Black Sea, of course. So we have a massive military instruments which is attacking Ukraine every day, and I just give you example. This night it was another massive attack on Kiev by Shahed drones. It was more than 70 of them, and I give you the number. Will be, I think, surprise you. Russia uses September 1,300 Shahed drones. It's strategic drones against Ukraine. It's a record, and it's a one new top of using Iran drones by Russia against Ukraine. It's strategic drones. It's not tactical drones. Ukraine and Russia use thousands of drones every day on the battlefield, but unfortunately the civilians, the whole nation are always under impact of this war by different types of new technologies, as well as new technologies is a part of new generation warfare, of course. Talking about the hybrid instruments other than war, I would say that it's not only information. We understand it like all of possible instruments to have impact on your vulnerabilities. So if you're talking about how aggressor could destroy your nation, aggressor trying to find your vulnerabilities, It could be energy, it could be nuclear energy, it could be economy, it could be financial system or corrupted bureaucrats. Doesn't matter, but they trying to find your vulnerabilities, historical, religion, any possible vulnerabilities, and trying to use it to divide citizens and state, or for example, different part of the country or different part of your society on some artificial created problems. And Russia is very successful in it. Again, look, if you're looking at the Georgia and Moldova now, Russia in parallel acting very strong with absolutely pretty the same goals and pretty the same tasks to destroy your abilities and capabilities to be effective on the Russian hybrid warfare, on absolutely different spheres of the life of the, let's say, the society ecosystem, how to live in normal country, in European country, or maybe in country which will again change the course of developments and choose some new, the autocracy or kind of how the Russians call it, a new order, which is different names like sovereign democracy or something like this. But of course, it's a fake theory just to destroy the nations and to give impart ability to occupy on maybe on hybrid methods, but again it will be occupation. So I think that I will stop here, but I hope that will be questions, because of course comparing the perception of Ukrainians and let's say other Europe, it's a little bit different. We are living in different conditions, and for me always it's more natural to talk about conventional warfare, unfortunately, because the hybrid warfare looks like something secondary. Ukrainians actually adopted to live in a constant hybrid impact, and you know that fortunately we have some steps forward. Even in other Europe, I would say it's not so easy to understand. For example, like prohibition of all of religious organization connected to aggressor country, Russia. Sometimes it's very difficult to understand how it's possible to cancel some religious organizations. But in Ukraine, we understand it very simple that all of Russian Orthodox Church organization, they connected to FSB at GRU, kind of the fake organization. I'm repeating, it's difficult to understand in normal conditions. But in Ukraine, we have a war and martial law, and it could be some, the specifics of organization of even of normal life. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'd like to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikhailo. First of all, it would be an absolute pleasure for us to have you here in Tbilisi, and I hope that we shall have a chance to do it in the nearest future. Thank you for raising these points. Indeed, Ukraine is a country that is living under constant hybrid warfare. As if direct tanks and drones is not enough, we're also witnessing attempts from Russia to directly intervene with the very fabric of Ukrainian society. And that's not something that we witness only in Ukraine. We have been seeing it in Georgia for a very long time. We are now seeing these attempts in some of the Western European countries. And I must say that Ukraine is demonstrating much more resilience than many Western European countries have or could have. On this note, I would like to move to John DePiro, the head of the International Republican Institute's office in Georgia, and ask about your points about both geopolitics and hybrid warfare.
Thank you, Georgi. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all today, and of course, honored as always to our hosts for the invitation and the opportunity to speak more broadly on these matters. point you made was you said Russia is an empire, and I would just amend that to say Russia is a declining wannabe empire. It's a declining power, undoubtedly. But what's quite interesting about that, and I've been now in a number of these conversations on a broader scale, looking at this now in a more global fashion, where what we are witnessing is the impact of the investment in the notion that autocratic tendencies and practices are far better off for a number of states, for countries who are ultimately ruled and governed by, well, let's call it quite simply what it is, a group of corrupt thugs who just simply don't want to give up power, right? Ultimately, that is the real goal. It has really oftentimes very little to do with anything related to ideology. But of course, as a result of that, while Russia may still be declining, we're seeing now the growth in fact, I would say, burgeoning autocratic tendencies in a number of other places that we consider near and dear. And to look at that now in a more broad sense, someone said to me recently that we are living in the most dangerous time, or one of the most dangerous times in the last century, feeling like it was 1938. And I thought that was quite interesting. It made me think. Because it's not just Russia anymore, is it? I mean, there are large-scale, highly organized, highly well-networked autocratic regimes all across the world: Venezuela, Iran, Russia, China, right? Who are working together. And that's something quite new, right? Previously, there were no ideological connections between them. They were just merely, all performing the same task. And in those ways, they're using hybrid warfare. These adversaries are using hybrid warfare very much to their advantage, and they're talking to each other in ways that they weren't before. Hybrid warfare is nothing new, but what is new is the coordination, right? And it's unprecedented. And we're at a time now where the West truly faces its own existential challenge to begin working together much more effectively, taking more bold steps. And it's no longer just that hybrid warfare, or those more, I should say broadly, tactics, whether it's propaganda, disinformation, election meddling, lawfare, you name it. I mean, we can go on and on. None of this is new, but it's no longer just targeting small or fragile states. And because of this, many have said that democracy is in decline. How true that is, I couldn't say, but certainly there is a coordinated effort to spread a worldview that undermines democratic tendencies. Looking at more broadly the geopolitical implications of this, however, I think it would be reasonable, I think, for most of us to say that to combat hybrid warfare also requires what are, I'd say, a range of hybrid approaches. And what I mean by that is essentially breaking the rules, fighting fire with fire, right? Playing a bit dirty. Now, that's a bit of it's a double-edged sword, right? Because this is now where the geopolitical considerations start to take form. Some good examples of that just on a global scale, right? Looking here in this region, Azerbaijan. Well, the West kind of needs Azerbaijan right now, even though it is fairly known to be a autocratic regime, right? But they need diversification of energy resources. Engaging Central Asia, not particularly democratic states, right? But at a time when you need them if you're trying to stem the growth of Chinese influence across the Belt and Road Initiative, right? Engaging South and Central American gray zones at times when Nicaragua, Venezuela are on the rise, right? And they're growing increasingly sophisticated. Working with the Gulf states, again, most of them not particularly known for being democratic or abiding by human rights, and yet we need them, right? So that's the geopolitical consideration. And these examples are all, I won't say that they are abandoning our values, but they're certainly foregoing what are democratic values in order to fight these increasingly sophisticated hybrid warfare tactics. The simple calculation is it's weighing the need to stem the growth of authoritarianism versus the importance we place on adherence to democratic values, right? And I would say, of course, more broadly, and certainly right now, given the threat in the world, stopping authoritarianism is the greater priority, right? But again, what does that mean in the long term if we have to abandon, or at least set aside some of our values that we hold dear? And looking at this in the Georgian context, of course, we can see it very clearly, right? You have a government that has ultimately, they've been counting on the West prioritizing those geopolitical considerations over merit-based adherence to European values and norms. We watched that in the last year, 2 years, in the period leading up to candidacy, right? When they ran an 18-month anti-EU campaign while simultaneously telling us that they were pro-democracy and wanting to be a part of Europe. It's this notion that the West needs us more than we need them, right? And that's a huge gamble. Now, here in Georgia, we'll see how that all plays out in the next, well, now less than 1 month. And I only smile because I think we're all nervous and uncertain as to how that's going to turn out. But in the end, I would say that combating, increasingly organized and sophisticated hybrid warfare tactic does require a bottom-up approach. The best deterrence, as we've heard it said here today, is resilience. But of course, even the most organized, developed democratic nations are still susceptible to disinformation, to these different hybrid warfare tactics. I say that as an American, when I think we can all agree that there's a lot of that growing in my own country. I like what Maria said, cooperation across borders. I think it's incredibly important at times like this. You cannot defeat these sophisticated networks if you're not also willing to work together to do so, to identify where those weaknesses are, and ultimately also develop more innovative solutions. So I'll close by just saying that for me, as a democracy practitioner, and I think many of you are as well, I would still say that, of course, the most effective approach is sort of a bottom-up education investment in values and in the broader notion of what democracy is. Right? That requires a whole systemic approach from any and every government who's looking to combat the growth of authoritarian hybrid warfare within their own country. This is not easy by any means, easier said than done, but it is the best long-term solution, because it's the only way you'll truly ensure that your people are resilient is if they're able to determine, fact from fiction, if they're able to understand what it is that they're looking at, what are the attempts of an ambitious autocratic regime or growingly populist group that ultimately shifts more and more towards those tendencies, and what are genuine beliefs in the range of democratic values that every society or democratic society should abide by. So I think that's the bigger task, and that's not a 1-year task or a 5-year task. That is a 50-year goal that we all need to be focused on. And again, that starts by talking with each other about it and developing a degree of consensus to that end. So I'll stop there and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, John. I really liked your points about the necessity to build resilience, and resilience being probably our strongest weapon against majority of hybrid operations. But before actually opening the floor to the public, and also before moving to the future, I want to identify what, in your opinion, went wrong and when did this happen? Because to be able to look ahead, we need to specifically be able to look back at our mistakes and also identify when did everything go wrong and how did we allow revisionist, imperialist powers to regain their foothold over both the nations and also on the global situation in general. Ambassador Chechelashvili, I'll begin with you.
Well, that's a critical question. I think that somehow we missed that point when this process started to develop. But now I think that it's now useless to think about when it started. Now we have to analyze why it happened and what we have to do in order to reverse this.
That will be my next question.
Yeah, yes, but frankly, I think that a lot of things in this respect, they depend on the societies, and including our Georgian society at the moment, where actually this is existential point. And it's not only about how Georgia will be back on its pro-European and pro-Western track, but it's also whether we will keep the Georgia we love at the moment and whether we will keep the country we are living in at the moment. Because if somehow on 26th of October, Georgian Dream will manage to keep the power, and we cannot exclude anything, then this Georgia we love, we will lose, because at the moment the basic for comparative welfare of Georgian society is based on the fact that Georgia's economy and more than financial and banking sector of Georgia's economy became the integral part of the Western space, and the European Union is not only Commission, it's also European Investment Bank, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, as well as Washington is not only White House, it's also World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. So in case we will lose the systematic support of those institutions, I think that we will face very critical development. So what is important for me, how Georgian society will perform facing these challenges. And I would like also to add that also we need more active involvement from our friends from the European Union and from the United States, because it's good that the monitoring missions came and so on, but already at the moment we register a couple of very rigid actions from the Georgian Dream, which do not contribute at all to election being either fair or free. For example, already the amendments were made to the law which changed dramatically the procedure voting of the Central Election Commission, or gender quotas were abolished. And I think that so far we haven't seen very strong reaction from our friends from abroad about that things which will inevitably also influence the outcome of elections. So for me, George, it's the critical is how Georgian society will perform in this, because Georgia is itself. It's our country. We want it to be European, Euro-Atlantic, and so on. But also, from the point of view of our strategic partners in the European Union, NATO, and the United States, this is country which will have critical influence on how the whole space of the South Caucasus will be organized. And this is a critical point.
Thank you, Ambassador, for yet again highlighting the importance of the elections in Georgia, and also the necessity of the entire Georgian society to be able to get together and finally be able to properly tackle the issues that we have. Mikhailo, I would like to move to you and to ask you the same question. What went wrong and what can be corrected?
Yeah, we could find some points in the history. I think, it's my own opinion, that the Bucharest summit was the wrong point, and actually the positions of our Western allies formed just in April 2008 in Bucharest had an absolutely wrong impact on developments in both Ukraine and Georgia, and actually in Moldova, but and actually in all of so-called post-Soviet space, which Russia used for full spectrum of hybrid attacks, and actually they succeed to change a lot. I mean that immediately after the April of 2008, the war, Russian war against Georgia started. which actually developed after the years in current situation. And for Ukraine, it was a crucial point for supporting of pro-European, Euro-Atlantic forces, political, not only for political, but societal forces in Ukraine. It was a disaster for these forces in Ukraine in 2008, and it was created conditions for Yanukovych 2010. So we had the very bad history after this, before 2014, when Russia attacked Ukraine in Crimea and Donbass. So I think that it was a crucial point, but even you ask me what is going on now, I would say that even now our Western partners and allies didn't understood the full importance of proper altitude to Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova and other so-called post-Soviet space, because even now we don't have a total understanding what's going on in Russian-Ukrainian war, how to support properly Ukraine, how to be in proper position inside of NATO, from NATO to Ukraine, for example, or from European Union to Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. Even European Union, I would say, now looks even better than NATO, and even better than Biden administration, for example, because we are living in everyday decisions by our partners. You know, all of decisions of our partner have a strong impact on the front line. We are living every day of some solutions and decisions in Washington, when President Zelensky visited his long visit and actually met with President Biden, the candidates Trump and Harris, and you know the results. It's still unclear, and Russians, of course, using it every day. Now even we have a more intensive battles and attacks on on our front line for more than 1,000 kilometers from Russian forces, because they understand that it's possible to have some opportunities before elections in the United States to get new territories, to have a stronger position, because 2025 will be very foggy, I would say. It's impossible to forecast what will be in the United States, what kind of conditions could be for European Union, what could be on the global economy, etc. So I think that now it's a crucial point, but this crucial point, of course, they had some own history, and a lot of mistakes happened for last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, actually, when the Soviet Union collapsed. And I think that our Western allies and friends should be more, I would say, smart toward new formed Russian Federation in 1991. Just it was a mistake to give just a gift for Russia the chair in Security Council in United Nations and membership actually in United Nations without any procedure. So yeah, it was a lot of mistakes. Now we have, of course, an opportunity to solve these mistakes, to do not make new mistakes. But it looks, unfortunately, that in Georgia, in Moldova, for example, in parallel, now Russia has a lot of opportunities again to create new conditions to have even more influence, more impact on the internal developments in these countries, which actually in Ukraine, they started war to have this opportunity. So I think this is my estimation of this.
Thank you, Mikhail, and thank you for reminding us about the Bucharest summit, which definitely was one of the biggest mistakes that have been made by the West in regard to both Georgia and Ukraine, and in long term about Moldova as well. And thank you for reminding us how important it is to also be able to avoid the same mistakes again. I had a very good conversation with a very good friend of mine who is an American former general, and he was very adamant that you cannot continue a military operation when you do not have very clear objectives. And this objective, the victory of Ukraine, is unfortunately not very clear. And unless we will be able to identify what the victory actually means, and of course, right now I'm more referring to our Western allies, because Georgia and me personally, we do not have much of a leverage on this topic, we will be able to keep the battle going, probably will be able to resist Russian invasion, but nobody will be able to stop it until the objectives are very clear. John, with this I want to move to you with the same question.
Thank you, Georgi. And well, certainly the notion and the discussion point on Ukraine is an entirely different topic to which we could have an entire panel, but I do agree with you entirely on the point of clarity. There is a lack of clarity in terms of what those objectives are, and that is, of course, leading increasingly more to a war of attrition, which Ukraine is not losing and Russia is not winning, but it continues on, and they're losing lives at an alarming rate, and it only ends, I think, one specific way, and that requires a much tougher approach, particularly from the sort of broader West. And maybe that's how I would answer this question to start, is in a very broad sense, because I like that Michal went back to 30 years ago, and that's, for me, a very important point, but is the notion of favoring peace and stability over decisive action, right? You do it once, you do it twice, you do it 3 times. Eventually, those autocratic states are going to view this as a weakness, and they're going to capitalize on that. And that's precisely what they've done over the better part of the last 30 years, step by step, piece by piece. We didn't take stronger stances from the, let's say, the American side, in the places where we should have, right? We had, at least from now, mind you, I haven't lived in the U.S. in 15 years, but still, as the, I guess, resident American on this panel, I'll comment on it. But I do think we made mistakes in terms of the wars we engaged in the early 2000s, and that carried on for the subsequent nearly 20 years. Those were unsuccessful, sort of broadly. And all the while, that decreased our appetite to want to be helpful and supportive to our partners. And it left countries like Georgia, like Ukraine, like others out to dry at times when they really did need us, and in fact wanted our assistance, right? And then this has created sort of this sense now, and you can see it in the U.S., but also to some degrees in Europe as well, is this lack of an appetite to, I don't want to say use the expression police the world, because I don't think that's anyone's specific responsibility, but to be there and be supportive of our friends at times when they're in need. And I think that has consistently put us into this place where a strategic advantage is capitalized on by our adversaries. And they've continued to do that. And we're watching that now in a very effective fashion. So what are the steps, of course, well, and before I go on to what the steps we can take are, because I do want to touch on this, I think it began where it started. Well, we can go back very far, but I think our first mistake was how we responded in the immediate years following the collapse of the Soviet Union. We did not invest correctly. We assumed everybody understood what democracy was. We assumed that everybody wanted this sort of capitalized free market, that this was always going to be very effective, it would correct itself, and ultimately they would become democratic without stable rule of law, without efficient systems of governance. And of course, what happened? Surprise, surprise, corrupt governments took control, ambitious people were there to capitalize in those moments, and many of them are still governing or around in a number of the countries in this region today. So that was our first mistake, or at least one of our first mistakes. And I've already touched on some of the other points that have then spiraled or sort of snowballed in the years that followed, particularly wars in the early 2000s. So what can we do about this? I guess I would advocate for 2 main points. Of course, there's many, but one, I think, is an element of what is real democracy. It's less about a government, though, of course, you know, we see it here in Georgia, 30 years of governments who didn't really believe in what democratic values were, and of course, ultimately chose personal benefit or party-based or whatever it might be, but benefits over an educated and informed populace, right? And now that's not a population that can hold them accountable, right? We spent the last 2 years asking ourselves the question, well, what do we do about Europe? Well, if you're asking that question now, then you're already very, very late. That should have been started 20, 30 years ago. So, I'm not picking on Georgia. I think this is true across a number of countries. governments need to put aside their personal interest first if they're really truly interested in resilience in terms of a strong and capable state in terms of defending itself from autocratic tendencies, from kleptocratic regimes. Yeah, they need to actually invest first in I don't love the term civic education because we overuse it, but a broader investment in what is democracy and why we all believe in it and how we all can play a part in that. The second point is just more broad, more simply, more bold action, I think, from our Western partners. We need to be willing to take a few more risks now, because at a certain point, these autocrats are on the march and they're not stopping. And they're not going to be stopped until they're met with force. Now, I'm not advocating for violence, of course, if it doesn't need to be, but I think that ship has sort of sailed, and we've watched that for the last 2+ years in Ukraine, right? So we need to be willing to take a step. And of course, most times when you do, yeah, sure, it can escalate, but what's the alternative? It'll continue escalating slowly, or we take a step now, some decisive action that says, well, we can actually do something about this today, and perhaps begin to halt those forces from growing any further and from more people dying in Ukraine and potentially in other countries that we hold dear. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Of course. Thank you, John, for highlighting the necessity of civic education as well as bold actions. I mean, civic education is not only about political sciences or economics, it's also about resilience building. And the best way to build resilience is to start as early as you can. Ambassador, you wanted to make a remark?
To add a couple of words, I'm thinking about your first question, when does it start all? And I think maybe it was earlier than Bucharest. Maybe it was February 2007 speech of Mr. Putin at the Munich Security Conference. And it was actually a demonstration of his transformation, because I remember in 2001 when Russian journalists asked him, Mr. Putin, what you will be doing in 2008, hinting that he will have 2 presidential terms according to then acting constitution of the Russian Federation. The answer was, in 2008, I will be in opposition and criticizing government. So since then, his personality and personally he transformed and came to this 2007 Munich conference famous speech, and then we have seen in 2008 in Bucharest in April furious Putin with his respective remarks about Ukraine, Georgia, and other matters. Now, this is a good question. What is victory of Ukraine? I think that victory of Ukraine is something that President Biden had described in April 2022 as the fact that Russia should face a strategic defeat in Ukraine. For me, strategic defeat of Russia in Ukraine means 3 things. First, depriving Russia capacity to occupy or annex territories of the neighboring states. Second, depriving Russia's capacity to blackmail world and particularly European Union markets with the energy resources. And number 3, depriving Russia of capacity to blackmail the whole mankind with the nuclear weapons. In this case, I think, and this is, I think, also better and good for Russia, because this would mean returning of Russia to the network of international relations as a normal player, and will guarantee Russia's territorial integrity in the internationally recognized borders. If not, then Russia at a certain stage may face serious problems as far as its own territorial integrity is concerned.
Thank you, Ambassador. I believe, Mikhailo, I absolutely need to ask you the same question, to ask a Ukrainian what Ukraine's victory means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about the Russian integrity, we already have this problem. I mean that Russia has already this problem. They have some occupied part of the Kursk Oblast, and it looks like still Kremlin doesn't have an answer on this. They're still ignoring this problem, and because it's out of the paradigm of Russian Empire, how it's possible that some of the Russian territory occupied by other country. They cannot answer. They still didn't find the proper answer. They didn't collect the proper military forces to deal with Ukrainian operation on the Kursk Oblast. So it's signaling about a lot of things, which is we could say about modern Russian Empire. Actually, talking about our understanding of victory, it's we have a absolutely clear and simple understanding. This is the Ukrainian territorial integrity by 1991, of course, including Crimea and Donbass and all of our territories. Second, it's the punishment for all of war criminals, including Putin, of course, and his close circle. And third, this is Russian compensation for all of possible damages to Ukrainian nation and the Ukrainian state. So this is the three components, three pillars of our, let's say, victory as we understand it on the practice. Of course, we could talk about the some different model how to achieve this goal, but basically for now it's like this. And you know that President Zelensky presented actually in Washington, in New York, the so-called victory plan for Ukraine, and even we didn't see the full document. We didn't see it because it's a closed document for. By the way, it's because of the military. It's the huge military part of this plan. It's because it's, as I am understanding this plan, it's first of all strong military posture, strong military position for Ukraine, and after this diplomatic approach to these three points I told. So I think that besides all of possible discussions in the United States, I hope that next couple of weeks when we will have the Rammstein in Germany, Rammstein format to support Ukraine in Germany with President Biden participation. It will be last Rammstein, maybe European tour for President Biden in his post. So I hope it will be a reaction by our allies in proper manner in military side, not only for like a diplomatic support. We have a diplomatic support, we have a economical support, but we still don't have a proper military support because, you know, Russian forces still existing in strange miracle world with let's say the miracle glasses on the Ukrainian border, when NATO doesn't allow Ukraine to kill Russian soldiers if they basing on Russian territory, but they allowing Russian soldiers to kill Ukrainians on Ukrainian territory. I think it's absolutely out of reality and out of the interests of not only Ukraine but our Western allies. So we finally needs to have this. Unfortunately, I understand that the electoral period is not very nice to allow Ukraine to strike in full scale to Russian territory, because it will be escalation. And you know how this war playing with the member of the Biden administration team. But I hope it will be finally maybe on Rammstein meeting the allowance and permission for Ukrainian forces to play the same rules like Russians play, to use all of possible instruments for your enemy territory. Russia use it, Ukraine doesn't use because of we don't have a permission from our allies. I think it will be one of the very good step forward in our victory for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhailo. John, any thoughts on this?
I don't have too much to add because I think they both covered it so well, but I do agree entirely. Complete removal of Russian forces and return to 1991 borders, limited capacity, I think, to blackmail, both with nuclear war as well as energy. And then, yeah, of course, accountability in courts, compensation for damages. I mean, if those things happened, that would be a very decisive finish. To do that, though, and I would just say I think that there does need to be significantly increased investment from the West in terms of military support, financially speaking, just to ensure that this can end much more quickly. They need to move quicker, they need to move more decisively, and they simply need to commit more. Yeah, it will be expensive, but think about the alternative. How much longer can this carry on? And if it does become a war of attrition, then that means we're investing for years and years with no end in sight. And beyond the financial cost, the human cost, it's just simply unsustainable.
Thank you, and thank you all for these remarks. I think I fully agree with all of you. The war of attrition, it is a disaster, it's a tragedy, and historically speaking, it's not something sustainable even, or maybe vice versa, it's too sustainable. We've seen this in case of South Korea. It didn't go exactly very well for the Korean Peninsula, and I definitely hope that we shall be able to celebrate Ukraine's victory very, very soon. Now I'd like to open the floor to the public. The lady in pink, we have a question to you. I know, Victoria. Up to you. Just please tell us your name, your position, and the question.
Hello, my name is Victoria. I'm editor-in-chief of the European Court, and also with the European Liberal Forum, which is one of the partners of the organization. Thank you very much for... hello? Yeah. Mostly to John. Thank you very much for acknowledging the fact that a lot of things could have been done by the West to protect its democratic allies, particularly smaller ones. I'm from the region, so personally I've also felt on myself the burden of trying to choose between democracy and also fearing for your own security. All of us have no illusions about the fact that we cannot afford to be idealists, and we have to be very pragmatic about the world. But sometimes I feel like the West does it in a way that doesn't have a lot of logic. It's very selective. So for example, let's take the Caucasus right now, because I'm from here, so I'm going to talk about my region. 2 weeks ago, US Department of Treasury sanctioned 2 Georgian officials for being responsible for crackdowns on civil society. For the past 3 years, our other neighbor, Azerbaijan, has been having brutal crackdowns on their own citizens. Just less than a month ago, a good acquaintance of mine, a very well-respected academic doing his PhD in Charles University, has been arrested for treason just because he dared to have very formal conversations with his Armenian colleagues about peace, about academic research. Now the question is, the case of Bahruz Ahmadov didn't even appear on any American media, on any of Western media. My media covered it. We covered it very extensively because we had a lot of respect for him. But what is the logic between choosing who to sanction and how to sanction? That shows that the base is not even the democracy at this base. It's not the values. It's purely out of interest. So how do you expect citizens to value democracy and follow that? Another question is difficult to answer to. I'm all for having all countries in the Caucasus included in the overall energy cooperation, but it has to be done in a way. Azerbaijan, for example, would never stop working with the US or with the EU if a few officials were sanctioned for the crackdown on their own people, not talking about Armenia, putting that aside. So why it's not being done?
I guess as the resident American up here, I have to be the first to answer this. It's not a very pleasant answer. And again, I should preface by saying this is my assessment. I do not work for the United States government, and I do not speak on behalf of the United States government. But my perception has to do with hope versus apathy. I don't know that there is a great deal of hope that Azerbaijan, by taking those measures, is suddenly going to become democratic. And that's a pity. terrible. I would much rather they did, you know, and of course, primarily for the Azerbaijani public, so that people could live more freely. I mean, first and foremost, always my greatest priority being a democracy practitioner. Then compare that to Georgia. I think there is still a hope that maybe it will work, maybe it will be effective. I found myself writing some talking points for one of our senators the other day, and as he went into a meeting, and mostly for my own information I did this, but then I kept it in the talking points, was all the steps that have been taken in the last 6 to 9 months in terms of response to the Georgian government. And you can see that, you know, there's a tendency here to say, well, rip off the Band-Aid really quickly. That's not how it works when you're dealing in bilateral relationships. In fact, quite the opposite. They'll do almost anything to the point of looking weak or being a punching bag in order to maintain that relationship. And so they slowly take those measures and steps in the hope that maybe it will, cooler heads will prevail, people will, you know, sort of snap out of it, and they'll find a way to re-engage. That hasn't, as far as I know, been the case now between the U.S. and the Georgian government, despite successive steps that have consistently scaled up the severity of those responses to what I think we can all agree are fairly restrictive measures that have been applied here. On the one hand, that's impressive from the U.S. that they've managed to maintain this degree of consensus, because they're usually not that good at doing so. We have a number of agencies that don't always agree with each other. But what we saw in New York in the last 2 weeks was demonstrative of a consistent strategy. Now, on the one hand, that's encouraging. On the other hand, it also demonstrates that they're growing tired, right? Because at a certain point, there's only so many measures you can take. And if it gets to that point, and this is going to tie it all back together now, to where, you know, they take those final measures with the Georgian government, whatever steps against whichever individuals here, I think you can guess who I'm talking about. Once that's done, if it's not effective, the direction forward becomes much closer to now where they are with Azerbaijan. Now, different countries, different resource availabilities, but I'm making the point that once you change foreign policy to that degree, it's increasingly, it is exponentially more difficult to change it back, right, when it declines to such a level. So back to your point about sort of the hope versus the apathy, I think perhaps they have less hope that it could still be salvaged in Azerbaijan, which is a pity. And again, that's my perception. I'm not saying that that's their policy. But I do think that they're still holding on to some degree of hope that it might shift back with Georgia. And I can see why, because if it does, this country will skyrocket towards Europe versus the alternative, which is a continued decline in the direction that we've been watching all very publicly in real time over the last 6 to 9 months. So I'll stop there. Yeah, sorry. Oh. Yeah. Well, I'm not saying there's no hope for it. I do think that there is hope for Azerbaijan, but I do think it's very difficult to dismantle an entirely systematic approach that is so pervasive across every aspect of society. And that's autocrats having done their job well, quite frankly. There are different opinions about Russia. Some people, and I just came from a group over the weekend, you know, where, you know, there is still a vibrant Russian opposition, and they are spread out in different places, but they're, you know, to various degrees communicating with each other. The longer they're gone, the less relevant they become, which is one of the intents of keeping them out of the country. I don't know if Russian democracy is possible. There are so many different hurdles you would have to jump over, you know, starting with the element of colonization, imperialism taught from a very young age. Even the most progressive Russians that I know still kind of have that, right? That combined with one of the most sophisticated propaganda systems that's permeated through an entire society for the better part of, well, at least 30 years, but far longer, I guess, let's be honest. And also the tendency to support strongman leaders. All of those things, you can't just undermine them overnight. If Putin dies tomorrow and the government collapses or whatever, you know, might happen, they're not going to suddenly go, oh, well, Democracy, let's do it, you know. That's going to take many, many years of investment. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. I'm not saying it couldn't be done. I'm just saying that it is a very, very long-term goal. But I think we do still try and hold on to the hope that that might happen. So, sorry, I've taken up a lot of time speaking, but, you know, yeah, I'll stop there.
Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much. I think that three basic principles in foreign policy of any country are valued with sustainability, continuity, and predictability. And I think from this point of view, foreign policy of Azerbaijan was much more sustainable, predictable, and had a continuous character if you compare it to Georgia. And why I'm telling you that, because the United States and Georgia agreed on a certain set of values and principles how to cooperate. I mean, first of all, signing of Charter on Strategic Partnership, 2009. Minister Grigol Vashadze and Condoleezza Rice signed it January 10th or 11th of 2009. So the current policy of Georgian government was a great disappointment for the United States. Maybe that's why they don't treat in the same manner Georgia and Azerbaijan, because according to this agreed set of values and principles of cooperation, the United States provided a lot of assistance to Georgia. Financial, economic, humanitarian, I mean, a lot of, in medicine, we have witnessed complete unique programs of supporting Georgian society. That is why maybe this policy was conducted recently, particularly in the last 6 months by Georgian government, was a source of big disappointment of the United States, which I can completely understand. And that's why more you invest, you are more expecting from your partner. That's why I think it may be one of explanations for the question you asked us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We have a question behind Victoria.
Hi. My question was...
could you please tell us who you are first?
My name is Henry Steele. I'm an international broker, so I deal with different brokerages from refineries to gold and commodities. My question here today is rather different. It's rather simple. A country can be protected by, previously, the colonial powers that was militaristically and economically. This was how it was dominated, governed, protected. Today, these countries have gone out of these colonization phases. We have seen in Africa all of these countries today being reoccupied economically, for example, by China. And who do we see as the next step? We see Russia coming in with Wagner and occupying and taking control of a country effectively. Now, that this country used to be under Russia's rule, if this country has lost Russia's rule, the US came, occupied it militaristically, put bases everywhere. The moment, with what happened, this decisive moment in 2008, with what happened, everyone ran out. They washed out. The only thing that left was the research bases of the US in this country. Now, the US is going to put out most of its investment. So, the dominance, as well as the militaristic and economical approach by the US in this country, if it is gone totally, who will be the next player to take action and control of this country and guide this country for its future towards either Europe or either it's going to be towards the East with Russia and China? Thank you.
And whom are you asking this question? And also, what is the question itself? Could you please?
So, my question is, what do you see foregoing in the near future towards, well, the US, will Germany, for example, who has sent more troops today in Lithuania to protect Lithuania, as the corridor is, well, protected up to a certain point, yet who will be the next player, in your eyes, to defend Georgia and bring Georgia back to either Europe or to the East.
Very, very simple and short answer to that. I'm a strong believer that Georgia's membership to the NATO and the European Union is the best guarantee for Georgia to obtain guarantees for peace, security, welfare, and perspectives for development. And I think that it was proved by a number of countries who have entered NATO and the European Union. First of all, Baltic states, for example, because when Soviet Union disintegrated, the level of GDP per capita in Russia, Baltics, Georgia was almost the same. At the moment, Estonia's GDP is 34,000 per capita. Lithuania and Latvia is 31, Georgia is 8,000, and Russia is 12,000. And I think that now Baltic countries are much better guaranteed because they are members of NATO. And it never happened that somebody attacked any NATO member country or European Union member country. So I'm a strong believer in NATO and the European Union, devoted all my diplomatic career to that. Still, I think that this is the only way Georgia should move to. This is the goal, strategic goal, and that's why 26th of August, 26th of October elections are so important.
John, please.
Agree entirely with the ambassador, and I would and on that exact last point, my answer is the Georgian people. It has to be the public who makes that choice. It always had to be the public who made that choice. That's, I think, one of the kind of disconnects between when you get our friends in the international community in European capitals, in Brussels and Washington. We go there, we have these deep conversations at high levels, and they say, but what do we do? You know, okay, we can take measures, but each of those measures potentially escalates, and you know, either one, it's effective, or two, it pushes the government further away and they double down. And of course, we've watched the doubling down consistently over these last months. So in the end, the only way Georgia moves towards NATO, towards European structures or institutions, is if the people choose it. And that is an historic choice that they have to make. Is the country ready to be a part of those? No, not yet. I mean, it's a process, right, and working towards it. But it certainly will not get any closer and probably only pull further away if things go in that other direction, as you noted, moving kind of looking east. And so I think in those ways, it starts with the people making a definitive choice. And then with the right will, things can change very quickly. Right? I mean, Moldova was an interesting, really interesting case for that. And it changed quite fast within just a couple of years. I do think the same can be the case in Georgia, but it first requires the public to make a definitive choice and stand together in that process.
Thank you, John, for highlighting the agency of the people, because we often go into conspiracy theories of the global conspiracy leading the world, and we forget that the people are actually the ones who are making most of the choices. Do you have any other questions? Yes, please.
Hello. Hello, my name is Istok from Belgrade, Serbia. I'm part of the Liberal Defense Experts Network here, and thank you for having us here. Hello, Mihailo, it's great to hear and see you. Sorry that you're not here with us. So several of my colleagues, and I'm very grateful for that, actually mentioned the negative example of Western Balkans country and their stalled new accession process, to a large part due to the disinformation and propaganda fueled by their own stabilocratic or autocratic elites. And I'm glad that, I think even John mentioned that, that trend, that you can even see a pattern between different countries, like it's from the same textbook. So it took us only one session yesterday with local opposition leaders to realize the striking similarities in the political situation and challenges, and including the manipulative narratives spread by the officially pro-EU ruling party, but actually very subtly pro-Russian or basically. So it's maybe more of a comment than a question. The thing is the reaction we get by the EU is very mild or non-existent. So what do you think that whether EU should somehow maybe react to it? Because if I see it, they gotta see that kind of pattern, and that basically investing into transactional type of relations with the bureaucracies is actually leading nowhere. I mean, in damaging both to the, I guess, EU and to the EU candidate countries. So this I see as a potential trap for Georgia, because Balkan countries are for years stalled, and because of the basically very anti-EU sentiment and propaganda spread by the very ruling, from the very top of the government, in our case from the President of the Republic. Thank you.
Well, I think I'll ask Mihailo to jump in on this question, and maybe also to comment if there is any fatigue on the process of integration in Ukraine itself, even despite the war.
Yeah, actually, I would answer to previous questions, because even talking about the choice of Azerbaijan people or reaction of the United States, the most important here, the opinion of the nation, of civil society, of the actually Azerbaijan people and Georgian people and Serbian people and Ukrainian people. Absolutely right, because I could give you the example of the February 22, when actually even some European partners they thought that Russia will really get Kyiv for 3 days, and after the 3 days that only European Union help will be humanitarian, the support of Ukrainian people under Russian control. It was reality. It was very high. Union told to Ukraine officials that, okay, guys, if you don't fight, we will help you with humanitarian help, but anyway, Russians already won. And when Ukrainians started to fight, absolutely different approach from United States, European Union, and NATO. Right. So if you're talking about the choice of the people and choice of the other nations to support some of the post-Soviet nations, we should realize that only the nation, only the people could decide whether you could live under this rule or this order, or maybe you need to change it to autocracy, or maybe you could change it to democracy. And look at the Hungary, for example. The scandal of the representative of the Prime Minister office, the Balázs Orbán, he told that probably in 1956, if Hungarian people should decide, we wouldn't fight with Russians. In 1956, I remind you, it was the very similar occupation of Hungary by Soviet troops, and Hungarians actually fight, but not like Ukrainians now. So I think that all of the universal answer is the people of a nation, concrete nation, should decide by itself. Should we live in democracy and fight for our better, let's say, ecosystem for our children, to live in ecosystem which very comfortable for self-development, or maybe it's better to live in system when somebody will dictate you how to live better, and maybe in some nation it's more comfortable than to issue responsibility, but yourself. You know, we shouldn't dictate now. Now we live in 21st century, which is a little bit different from 20th century, and I think that it will be high technology society, but it shouldn't be in any variance the democracy. This is reality. You know, actually Russia, China, and other countries now playing on it, trying to give the examples that you see that autocracy now is more successful in some cases than democracy. Look at the and they show in that some countries which is really doing worse than some autocracy. In case of some statistics, I'm not talking the life of concrete people, of concrete individuals, but the different approaches on it. So my answer about the fatigue: no, absolutely no. We opposite, Ukrainian people strongly support the European Union integration. It's a majority of majority. I think it's we don't have a real sociology now because it's a martial law, but I'm sure it's very majority of Ukrainians for European Union and of course for NATO. We don't have any supporters for Russia. Maybe some on the carpet, but in reality now we very consolidate on the European Union and NATO transition, not only integration but transition of Ukraine toward the democratic nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhailo. So, I mean, if Ukraine, a country at war, is able to keep their European motivation, I do hope that the countries in the Western Balkans will also be able to find some internal strengths to do it. John, please.
I think if we look at what the European Union's responses have been, particularly here in the better part of the last year, well, okay, maybe we don't want to go back a year because that gets us some, candidacy and then a rapid decline. But they're also kind of running out of measures that they can take, right? I mean, the withholding of, what was it, 30 million in funding, earmarked for defense support. I mean, these are no small. These are not small steps or measures. I think the last 2 points that a lot of people have, or measures that have been on the table or that have been discussed publicly, have been, of course, the visa regime and canceling of that or suspension, and then, of course, candidacy. I do think that the suspension of the visa regime could have, I don't want to say a positive effect, but a pressuring effect, but of course the public would suffer as a result of that, and that is a risk that they have to be willing to take, because it could also backfire. I don't think that they should even consider the notion of revoking candidacy. I don't think it's ever been done, but I also think that even if you did that, just close the door. There will be no second chance. That's to me quite simple. So I think that has to remain, a point aside. What I would say, and I'd say more broadly, because we are talking also about the electoral context and what happens 1 month from today, I mean, to put it quite literally, 4 weeks from today, what is going to be the reality on the ground here? Okay, you have, if it is an opposition majority, if they manage to do so, they manage to win enough votes to do it, will the government peacefully hand over power? Would they step down? And that's one question. If they don't, of course, then you're going to likely see public protests. We've seen them in every election, but this time with probably a very different tone of anger. The flip side, government wins the election. Now, do they win genuinely or not? That will likely be the product of what ours and many other observation missions say in the day or days following the election. If it is not deemed to be transparent, credible, or genuine, then, of course, again, you see the similar response to if opposition wins and the government didn't step down. But what happens if the international community says, well, generally the elections were okay, isolated incident, the usual, you know what I mean? In that case, then what's the role? And I think in all of these three scenarios, ultimately, there is a need for high-level consensus from both the American and the European side to say, okay, who's going to come and have the conversations, one way or the other? What are the points that the points of negotiation that come with each of those respective scenarios? And can we connect that potentially both with carrot and stick? To me, that will be the only real genuine way forward in any of those circumstances. And obviously, I think we all hope for the better of circumstances, but we have to be realistic about the fact that it could go the other way. if the elections are not deemed to be transparent, then I think that definitely opens the door for all those measures and restrictions that both from the American and the European side that have been advocated for now for the better part of year or years. So, of course, we hope it doesn't come to that, but I think we do need to be ready for it. And to my point from earlier about more decisive action, that's a moment where perhaps decisive action would be quite valued and useful.
So more decisive action. Ambassador, please. Yes. Wait a second, please, for the microphone, so that interpreters shall be able to translate you.
I think what you can see in Georgia is perhaps scenario A, what happened in Venezuela, Maduro, and what happened in Bangladesh. A complete riot, and then the government is thrown out. That's it, that's the only way. Because if you got here an entrenched government, it will be very difficult to kick them out. That's exactly what this current government is really calculating on. That they will remain entrenched, that after a while, I guess, well, let's take it 1 month, maybe 6 weeks, that the international community will say, well, guys, we did our best. And this is the reality right now, and you have to accept it. Unfortunately, what I do myself think what will happen here in exactly this month, from tomorrow until 1st of November, extremely volatile environment here. There will be a lot of harassment, there will be a lot of protests, there will be a lot of arrests as well, and we see it already that people are arrested in Georgia, in different places, or politicians are harassed already. So that's, I would say, I don't want to call it a revolutionary scenario for Georgia, but Georgia is a country that gone through this cycle from early 90s until basically today. And I think this very volatile environment with a lot of aggression. And again, so because I'm a security expert, people ask me here very often, well, Eugene, what do you think will be the place or role of military in Georgia under such circumstances? It's extremely difficult business to answer right away. I think that even the Georgian dream would like or prefer to keep military in the barracks, because then it can become extremely messy business and there will be no real way out of this with all different groupings coming together. But what I do expect that the internal security forces will be used very aggressively here in Georgia. Sorry.
Thank you for this remark. I think there is absolutely zero doubt by anybody that police forces will be used extensively. However, I believe we are reaching the final point of this discussion, so I would kindly ask you for your final remarks on the topic and maybe sum up what you have said. So let's start with Mikhailo, so we'll be able to let you go. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks again to inviting me and having me here. Actually, it's extremely interesting discussion. I very like it because, you know, the topic of hybrid warfare for last 10 years was not very, let's say, provoking for discussion, but this is the special moment, really special moment, not only in Ukraine, but in Georgia and Moldova, and we need to understand that literally, yes, literally 4 weeks forward, we could have another situation in Georgia, some different situation in Moldova, and of course very dynamic situation in Ukraine. So I think that we need to understand that only nation, only society, only citizens could decide now what is the future for us. We shouldn't think about some older brothers or some senior people who will arrive from United States or European Union or another smart guys who will protect us from bad Russia or something like this. Now we are actors. Now we are countries, nations, people who are deciding our destiny. So let's do it. Let's do not wait for somebody who will ask or support us, but let's do it by ourselves. Thank you very much again, and let's fight for our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhailo, and thanks to Ukraine for giving us an excellent example how this fight should be done. Slava Ukraini. John?
I guess I'll close with three, hopefully quick points. I try my best to be brief. The first is just work together. We need to be doing a lot more of that. Coordination, it always sounds so easy, but in fact is quite more difficult when there are challenging decisions to be made. And I think we're on the precipice of that for a number of nations and states here in the region, starting where we sit today. The second, and that gets into the first point, is if there's greater consensus amongst our partnerships, it is easier for us to make bold and decisive decisions. And we're going to probably need to at least consider, if not do, exactly those things as we look towards the next set of months. What the outcome is of the referendum in Moldova, of course, what happens in the elections here, obviously our continued and increased support for Ukraine, and that's just keeping it to this region. It expands further. The last is, and I guess getting now into the topic, the geopolitics and hybrid warfare, support public resilience, both in the long and the short term, right? I mentioned earlier it was always going to come down to the people, and that's not just true here, that's true everywhere. So geopolitically, okay, perhaps if we're looking at Georgia, it does not bear the same benefits either financially or sometimes even from a security perspective that other nations in the region do. But the relationship we've had here has always been one of values. That was the real connection point. And if we lose that, then there's so much less to deal with, right? Then the relationship becomes far more transactional, far more hollow. And that's something I hope we don't lose. So supporting resilience from an education perspective, in terms of building the capacity of the general public and the average citizen to stand up and to hold their leadership accountable, but also in the long term. And that I think explores a number of other areas and from a security and an economic dimension. So yeah, I'll close with those points and just thank the organizers for the chance to come speak with you all here today.
Thank you, John. Ambassador?
Well, I can only agree with John that we have to work together. That's for sure. Now, I think that everybody in this hall agrees that the main threat to international order and geopolitical stability is Russia. So I think that in more general terms, I have described what I think about what is win of Ukraine and defeat of Russia, but in more general terms, I think that we have to squeeze further Russian resources, economic, political, financial, and so on. We have squeezed Russian ability for diplomatic maneuvering. And last but not least, I think that we have to limit the capacity of Russia to influence the decisions in international different formats, including UN Security Council. I think that what we have observed the last week, this absolutely shameful statement of representative of the Russian Federation, Mr. Polyakov, usually when we speak about hybrid threats, so what Russia is trying, what Russia was trying to do? Partly speaking truth and then building on this element of truth absolutely false narratives. And now actually even this is not the case. So every word of Mr. Polyakov out of his 15-minute speech was absolutely false. So I think that something has to be done with that. So the recipe is very, very simple: solidarity of international community and squeezing further Russia's capacities so that its neighbors feel comfortable living next to this country, which I'm not absolutely sure if it will be able in the coming years to keep its territorial integrity in international recognized borders, if it continues like that further.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. Thank you, Mikhailo. Thank you, John. Thank you, Valery. And also thank you to Maria, who unfortunately was not able to stay with us for the whole duration, but still she was able to leave very important and interesting points. I believe we finished the conference today, and I would kindly ask Shamil to sum up the first day of the conference. Thank you.
Dear speakers of the panel, dear George, thank you for making it happen. I think it was very interesting talk. Thank you, Mikhailo, and thank you, Maria, even she's not anymore online. Thank you for coming, dear audience, and for your time and interest. I just would like to remind you that we continue tomorrow at the same time. 9:30 we will start with registration and coffee, and at 10 o'clock we will start with the first panel of the conference, which is devoted to connectivity, energy and trade routes in the Black Sea region. Thank you very much again, and hope to see you tomorrow.